Tomando asiento para continuar con la mañana, gracias. Bueno, mientras se van sentando, al menos, por favor, guarden un poco de silencio y así podemos continuar. Vamos a retomar el programa con una mirada esencial, la del mundo rural, porque también allí
because also there, among small libraries and diverse communities, they're defending the right to culture. And during the opening, we made reference to the importance of those territories in libraries. I would like you to be silent, please. The next speech is cultural rights and guidelines for small-size libraries. Group work, the special attention to the rural world plan by the Council of Library Coordination by Soto Arran. It's going to be presented by Jordi Martín Grau, Secretary of State of Culture, and also the President of the Council of Library Cooperation. He's going to have the floor. Thank you. Good morning again. I don't know the idea that you would be listening to me twice, which is quite complex usually. Oh, okay, I touched the presentation. I think I pressed the button I shouldn't have pressed. Okay. I'm going to introduce you to this next speech on libraries and the rural world. And the first bad idea is to ask somebody to talk twice, and the second bad idea is that I confess I am a city guy, a convinced one even. So if I talk about the rural world, I find it a little bit difficult, but I will try to make some reflections, and I'm sure that the speaker will widen this much better than myself. The first idea, and we were talking about this with some participants in the conference, and I said it in my speech, cultural activity and the cultural life in rural environments can favor something which is a democratic challenge, and it's fixing population in those places that are being emptied. Because many people locate the reason for this depopulation, for the lack of opportunities, the lack of training, or the lack of jobs, etc. So that in spite of the improvements and the comfortable side of being in a rural area, that doesn't compensate enough the lack of stimuli in order to stay in a rural area in our country. Culture in that, and libraries particularly, can offer a central element because it widens the possibility of cultural connection with knowledge, connection with the culture. But deep inside, and allow me to say this, there is a sentence by a geographer that always made me think. When we had the pandemic and we were all locked down, those who were in big cities realized, and this happened in the majority of Spain, there were people that registered officially in other places, rural places or less urban environments, and that worried a lot because it seemed like cities were going to lose their population. First, because immigration stopped. Because with low natality levels, if we didn't have migration, the number of inhabitants decreases, but also because some sectors registered officially in other places. This geographer said something to calm the politicians that were worried about cities being depopulated. They said, no, don't worry, people that live now are not going on the fields. They take the city under their arm. And this is something that made me think, because it is true that what we find now is many people that live in rural areas, and we see it in culture and rurality. For those of you who don't know it, this Cultura y Ruralidades, this culture and ruralities, it's a meeting where we have different rural initiatives. And when you go to this Cultura and Ruralidades, now maybe you're going to get angry if I say this if you are a participant, but you find people like me, urban guys, that live in rural areas, but they think, they devote to topics that short ago could just only be developed in the urban environment. Why am I saying this? Because I think that there is an opportunity there, and it's an important opportunity from the point of view of the geography and the balanced territory, and also from the point of view of the possibility of developing vital projects in environments which are healthier, and finding relationship formulas between humanity and the rural environment which are different, but which also means the need to understand that there is a certain colonization from the urban people towards the rural environment. And I think that one of the main objectives of a library or the group works, well, now we have the obligatory library, 5,000 inhabitants, and we've been working so that in municipalities with less than 2,000 inhabitants or 2,000 inhabitants have the right and the obligation to have a library. What does a library do in a municipality of 2,000, 3,000 inhabitants? Well, probably it has a very different objective from the one that we find in a neighborhood with 40,000 inhabitants in a big city. It has the objective of connecting those who arrive with those who are there. So connecting the rural, traditional world with slow timing, with the rhythm of a calendar, to those that come there with the city under the arm. And the first thing they ask is, where do you have Wi-Fi connection? So you go in the field virtually to get connected, and they want to go to the highest speed station, to the closest one, because connections also need to be analogic in our contemporary world. From my point of view, and I don't know if this is too deep of a contribution, but I think that after living or having been in many rural contexts, there is this need to connect the two worlds. And I think that this might be one of the objectives of the libraries, of course, together with the rest of the ones that we have talked about. And Luis has shown us as well, and about everything else you're going to talk about during these 3 days. So, yes, in these many objectives that the libraries have in a more complex society, we have to have a distribution in the territory, in the century of cities, in which, at an international and global level, there is still the exodus from the rural world to the cities. So these libraries could be a point of light of a certain urbanization, in the good sense of the word, the ideas of rural areas to continue with a balance which might be healthy and which might allow for those who get to the rural areas with the city under their arm, for them to understand that there are other knowledges, another wisdom, which is very much linked to the territory, and which today are more and more necessary to be put on a table in the face of a climate emergency. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. My speech is like as a publicity, okay? You need to get hold of this document. Most of you have it already. Are guidelines for small rural libraries. And read it, learn it, and defend it, because these guidelines have been conceived not for us, but for the municipalities that have the power of decision. These guidelines were not born from nothing. They come from two parallel processes that get together precisely in this document. I would like to tell you about these two processes because the development of them contains the spirit of these guidelines, which is essential what we are interested in this group work. We're interested in disseminating. I am totally convinced that the spirit of these guidelines is within every one of you, but we need to transmit it outside of this environment and outside of our libraries. In this work group, Attention to the Rural World, in 2019, this group was created. It's a strategic group. It's justified by a specific moment, which was the social awareness raising regarding the problem of depopulation that, as you know, we've been dragging along for 10 years from 1960s and in some populations even before. And as it deals with an integrated topic, because the life of people have many different kind of sides, economic, spiritual, political, etc. This is a mixed group, so it's a plural group with different members who give a wholesome vision to the problem. The objectives of the group, to sum up, would be basically to have high quality libraries for 100% of the population. Of course, as a group, we cannot decide upon anything, but we can inform and we can propose. To start our work as a group, we carried out a triple study. First of all, the demographic situation of the country at the moment when we started. This was the demographic situation. The majority of the population live in cities and are not in small municipalities. In fact, this becomes this. 88% of Spanish people live in 30% of the territory. This is a very serious problem, taking into account also that this 30% of the territory is, to make it simple, Madrid and the coast. The rest is inhabited by this 12% of the population who are not second or third class citizens. These are first class citizens. They have the same rights of the rest of the citizens because they hold the same obligations as the rest of the people, contribute, etc. We also have another problem, and is that following the ratio of the European Union, according to which those municipalities with less than 12.5% inhabitants per square kilometer, they are in danger of extinction. Nearly half of the villages in Spain are in this danger of extinction. So extinction is not the solution. Why? Because we are abandoning those who were born there, who would like to live there, and most of all, who are those who guarantee their culture, their heritage, and their way of life, which is what identifies us, what differentiates us, and sharing it is what enriches us. The other point we dealt with, apart from demography, is the situation of libraries in our country. 97% of Spanish libraries belong to the local administrations. I would like to know how many staff here belong to the local administrations? Okay. Okay, very good. Congratulations on being here, because if in a big administration it's very difficult to come in a local one, it's very, very complicated. But out of that 97%, 70% of those municipal libraries are concentrated in populations with less than 20,000 inhabitants, what we call the rural environment. The law of rurality establishes 30,000 inhabitants and down as a rural context. Even though there are many specialists behind, I don't see it as such. 20,000, we feel that 20,000 would be more accurate. Apart from that, the rest of libraries and library services in that rural context where those libraries are not present and those where they are, this is managed by a group of library buses that serve 11 million people. 1 out of 4 public library users are using these library buses. And we've been like that for more than 70 years. We'll talk about that later on. Within the library situation, we wanted to study also the relationship there could be between the distribution of the Spanish libraries, that's the red dots, with the 3 main elements that define the population. One would be a populational dispersion. Here, see the coincidence. Red dots on the left, that's where there's the greatest dispersion, and it coincides with the white areas of the graphic on the right. The other one would be aging. Black areas or aging areas, and they coincide with the white areas of the distribution of libraries, and of course a rural exodus, the loss of population. There you have it in blue, and this is our reality. It's a very hard, a very difficult reality, but the group considers that the establishment of these high-quality libraries might contribute, or contributes actually, to improving the problem of depopulation as part of that depopulation. It's true what the Secretary of State said and other speakers said. These libraries help to attract and keep population. We also wanted to know about the opinion of library users about their services, where they are, and each member of the group decided to have a survey, 3-question survey, to 10 libraries in our territory. Unfortunately, the epidemic made it stop in this process, but we collected enough data for you to see. First question: what is for you the library of your village? Enjoying training. Let's not forget the training is improvement of the level of life. Reading, culture. A quiet and pleasant space. In our small villages, there are not many high-quality public spaces where the community can strengthen their links. The library is a space for this, and it does it with quality, offering enough space, offering warm or cold temperature if needed, apart from the resources that we count on. What are you expecting from your library? And this is very important. 1 would be for it not to disappear, and also that it's updated, and that makes us think that the institutional presence of our municipal library, especially those which are smaller, it is always there. It's always being debated, and that they are not, they don't count on enough resources, and so that's where the lack of updating comes from. And the last question: what does the library offer you? The library offers us mainly a space of inclusion, again, space, a very basic need for any community that wants to continue to be a community, and our villages are running out of these public spaces. The library offers public space. We have collections as a second item, and entertainment, the everyday life, and the possibility to improve the level of life of our level of life and the one of our families and our community. In the text that we had on the right, we had inverted commas because these are answers by some of our users. And I thought they were so good and so real that we made it, that we presented it here as well. From these preliminary studies, the group work designed this infography, where the first conclusion is that the library is a basic service for the rural world, in a sentence. And secondly, what we said, the advice of the modification of the law of local regime so that the libraries are obligatory services from 2,000 inhabitants are not the current 5,000. Third, at that time the group calculated that 240 libraries would be created. I think that socially and culturally that's very good, and as a possibility for work as well. Third, and this for the 2,000 ones. And what happens with populations that have less than 2,000 inhabitants? Do we have to abandon them? No, they have the same rights. They are the most vulnerable ones. They have less resources. So at that time, the group established that with 61 library buses, we could reach 100% of the population. And this is the investment, where maintenance is included. We mustn't forget about maintenance. The group wanting to study new management ways for libraries in the rural world, and something which is very important and which is actually the basis for everything. We need to professionalize the municipal library staff. Does that mean that they're not professionals? No. It means that they have to be treated as professionals. They need to have a dignified salary, a dignified category, and timetable in which they can carry out their function, etc. To sum up,
Gracias. Resumiendo.
Thank you. And to sum up, for them to have the same condition as the rest of the municipal civil servants, we are not second-class civil servants. We're not doing things that are not important. It is very clear for us and everybody that the library is not something superficial. It's an essential service, as we will see now. I'm going to skip this. Other possible ways of library management were studied, and in the end, according to the data and according to the experiences studied, this is what we advised. The use of library buses and the school libraries with a double use in those populations where there is not a library. In the second case, with very small populations, they don't have a school, so there is no school library. Together with this, in 2022, we carried out the Day for Reading in the Rural World, and from this day, that was organized by the General Direction of Book, Comic and Reading and the Spanish Federation of Municipalities and Provinces, we had this declaration of obligations. This is not guidelines or advice, this is a declaration of obligations. This document means commitment. And this is a commitment of Urueña, and I invite you to read it and to rethink it. This is one of the main conclusions, that reading is a right beyond your place of residence, and it's also the access to culture is a fundamental right, and reading is a very significant part of it. And reading is us, the libraries. Okay, we're going to skip this. This is the Urueña commitment. It's one page and a half. We all have time to have a coffee and read this document, no problem. and I invite you to do that. And from there, with the guidelines of the group and this Ureña commitment that go hand in hand, the group decided to create these guidelines for rural, small-size rural libraries. For what? To made it to extend and those studies and fix once and for all what are the best conditions for a rural library service. And a warning, these guidelines have at the end a survey or a form in which anybody can assess a library regarding the compliance with these guidelines. So the question would be, does this library comply with the guidelines for small rural libraries? And that's where you can do your study, and they can go to their mayor and say, okay, we're not in compliance with this. Okay, we have to do it. We need to do it. What is the starting point of these guidelines? Well, 3 of them. The access to culture is not only a human right, but it's a right that appears in our constitution. And that's it. And also our Article 44 is very brief because it doesn't need any more words. The library is an essential, basic and necessary service for all communities, especially the smallest ones, the most vulnerable ones. And of course, we cannot call anything a library if it doesn't count on a qualified professional. I'm not saying with a certain kind of degree, I'm saying professional. A box of books in a corner, that's not a library. A cupboard with books, that's not a library. The meal that somebody gave me as a donation, I put a lot of books in it, and then the neighbors can open and close it and go read there. No, that is not a library because there is no management of services, because this is what we all do with very good results. So what are the objectives of these guidelines? Well, to facilitate, to give direction in the setting up of new libraries in populations with less than 2,000 inhabitants, and also it's useful for improving the ones that already exist. As you can see, it's very simple. And what methodology have we applied? Well, the methodology of pushing with, not being boring, not hiding ourselves behind technicalities that we only us understand, and it's very hard for us to realize that this is all for us internally. No, it needs to have a very simple reflection. It has to be easy to understood, and it's addressed to the local powers, mainly to the administrations and councils. It is about convincing that the establishment of small libraries is not a very complicated process, and it's not extraordinarily expensive. And if we manage with these guidelines, then we will have reached our objective. But of course, there we are. And even though we're going to talk about this repeatedly, the library has to be on the same level as other library services, because we are a cultural and social service which is basic, and the development of it has an influence in the development of our community, for good and bad. So it needs the same institutional attention than any other municipal services. For example, my computer is not working, I cannot do anything because a technician doesn't have the time to come. But for the secretary, how long does it take to go fix it? We have seen that, or we don't see people because there is no heating. But is there heating in the council? So in the town hall? So we're not asking for luxuries, we're asking to be treated equally. When an institution is respecting their services, this respect is being transmitted to the community. And this is essential. We have organized this into 5 chapters. I'm not going to read all the chapters. There you have it. And this is your work to be done. Each chapter is being drafted by a different team. We've been lucky enough to divide are the different tasks. We're going to go point by point, mainly to sum up each one of them. For me, this is the most important idea, because it is the one that establishes the spirit of those and the functioning and the nature of everything that comes after. The library as a dynamizing agent, as a transformation agent, it's a basic social and cultural services. I've said it a few times and I'll continue to mention this, because this has to be clear. It's a culture democratizing agent. Remember the red dots. It's the cultural network which is most extensive. It's free, and it has a democratic meaning in its way of acting and in its content itself. So we cannot have it put aside. It's a source of resources. It's a social dynamizing agent. It preserves our heritage, which defines us as a community, and it projects that community towards the future. So that would be like a model service, which is not that expensive. The investment is not that big. The minimum criteria for the service. We have tried to sum it up, and we've taken all the air out of the definition of libraries, and this is what we have left. Libraries count on three basic resources: space, staff, and collections. And this is what we need to take care of. Space, where the community gets together and grows. Collections, the tools, the staff, which is like the captain of the ship. And the captain has to be able to read the map, because otherwise, where are we going? Basic services. Well, we have access to documents. The best known would be the loans, but you can have other types of accesses. Also, informative mediation. The best known would be reading recommendations, although there are other ones. And then these cultural and social dynamization are programs, actions, activities to encourage to reading, knowledge creation, reading club creation, etc. Everything that you can imagine, and that is a lot. Staff. Without a qualified staff, there is no library, and we can call it anything else. And also, this staff needs to have the same level when it comes to respect and everything else, same as the rest of the staff that belongs to this administration. In this chapter, what are we talking about? We're talking about requirements, professional categories, the need for acknowledgement and valuing, specific responsibilities, support and assistance and advising, and ongoing training. We don't know everything. Society continues to change, and our services need to be according to the development of the society, because otherwise it cannot be justifiable. We are here in the library to comply with the needs of our neighbors, and if that's not done, then nothing's been justified. The collection. Well, this is a very general part that appears in most of the manuals. It has to be adapted to the needs of the community without losing its universality and the attention to minorities, whichever they are, cultural, psychomotor ones, doesn't matter. Library sovereignty over its selection, management and development. That means that only librarians can select these collections. And also, we're not talking about censoring or having someone taking certain books out of the shelves. We're talking about somebody buying books without you knowing, and they get rid of the budget. And having no budget is censoring you from all the things that you could have done. That's another kind of censorship, and that works too often. unfortunately. And this is because there is no respect to the profession of the librarian and what we do. Okay, yeah, well, let's continue.
Sí, que me quedan 6 minutos entonces.
Yeah, I only have 6 minutes left, so... Of course, the collection needs to be constantly updated. So the things that, you know, this professor that retire is going to donate, this professional library, blah, 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 and I have 4,000 items, and that's no good. That is no good. I can see that you're, you know, these applause is because you know some cases, right? Of course, we have studied the ratio. So what volume of collection is needed according to the population volume. There's a scheme, there are some graphics in this. And this last idea, it's for me very important and for the rest of the group as well. The acquisitions. If we want to have a constant updating of the collection, acquisitions needs to be flowing. So I have to be able to buy whenever I need it, not before, not after. And the administrative process for acquisitions shouldn't stop it, because then it's not complying with its function. Administrative procedures are a means for me to work for the user. And I'm not working for the administrative process, I'm working for the users as a librarian. So this administrative process is not an end in itself. Well, we move on to the next chapter, and this is the different spaces. And we study, of course, where the library should be set up, what it has to be like in the inside, the signs, the different accesses, and the relationship with other services. So we will avoid having a library next to other services that prevent us from complying with our functions. For example, the music school that are there playing, but our thing is not music, it is something else, for example. And also, we also need to have central support services. These are what we call the culture delegations, central libraries, the coordinating centers, however you want to call it. These central support services and small libraries are not able by themselves to do certain things. Somebody needs to help them. Because if we're talking about rights and sustainable services and high quality services and various services, we need to make that happen. And small libraries cannot do that. All of these central support services are there for that. And they're there to assess what we're doing, how we're doing it, analyzing data, collecting them, and sending them to whoever it may concern.
Anexos. Uno.
These guidelines have 2 annexes. One about the presence of culture in the libraries in these annexes should be called something different. And the absence of culture and libraries in, so that you can see what we're talking about. Even then, one member of the group carried out this great work of collecting all of that documentation and this legislation and analyze it. And there you have it. And then there's another annex, which is a small summary of the ratios of the collection regarding the volume of the users. Okay, this slide is the acknowledgement of this coordinator to the team that has made these guidelines possible. As you can see, there are many people working from different places, from different library systems, different types of libraries, and we need to give them a round of applause because they are the real actors in this. And to finish, I'm not very much for reading in this kind of anything in this kind of presentations, and as I've been very daring these last few days, I was going to read you the conclusions, but Don't worry, I will not in the end, but I would like to encourage you to go to the conclusions of the guidelines, because there is where the spirit is. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to read you the last sentence that says, because a library doesn't only preserve the past of a community, but it also builds its future. These guidelines are a call for action, an invitation to take this knowledge, culture and hope to all of the corners of the rural world. Thank you.
Roberto Soto,
Roberto Soto, thank you very much. Now we will continue with a space that will connect research, literacy, and best practices in our libraries. We're going to hear about two experiences under the title of the panel, Media Literacy and Informational Literacy, European Media Project and Information Literacy Community Connections. Nereida Carrillo will chair from the Autonomous University of Barcelona. She's the president of the association Learn to Check. It's an NGO working to promote the media literacy and informational literacy on against disinformation, and they have trained up to 21,000 people so far. For several years, she has been a journalist in Cadena SER, Antena 3, etc., and she's been a professor in several Spanish universities. She has chaired several projects on library and citizenship. And two different experiences will be presented, one from Almería and one from Alicante. They will be presented by Milagros Cascajares Socios. And we give the floor to Nereida Carrillo.
Funciones rápidas de accesibilidad.
Good morning, thank you very much. First of all, thank you, Ministry of Culture, for this invitation. I'm very proud to show you today the Media and Information Literacy Project, Community Connections. It is a transforming project that trains librarians in information, media literacy, information literacy, and also accompanying them and empower them to carry out these kind of activities in the libraries and for their communities. So I'm very proud to have here Milagros and Susi to present this initiative. Media and Information Literacy Community Connections is an international project that trains librarians in Spain, Portugal, and Ireland. And this is carried out with our partners in the Lisbon Institute in Lisbon. DCU University with Gulbenkian Foundation funds in Portugal. This project has the collaboration of CEDIC and the Ministry for Culture. We want to thank them. They have supported us from the beginning and all through the project. It is a project that was started with the libraries of the Municipality of Barcelona, and after two very successful initiatives, we managed to scale it to other countries. I'm going to show you the two cases, Almería and Alicante. So before starting, I would like to show you the results. But before that, even, I think it's necessary to explain how we work on this information in this project and what do we understand by this type of literacy. So for a few seconds, I would ask you to close your eyes and imagine a picture, a scene. We could ask DALI to draw it, but it's better to have your own creativity to do that. So if I give you two keywords, young people and mobile phones, what would you picture? You probably picture something like this, a similar one to this. Several young people with their screens, individually using these devices, engrossed in what they're doing in the screen, isolated from the outside world, and using this technology in an addictive and a little bit sick way. This scene, however, could be transformed into something like this. I'm a journalist, so I like to explain stories, or maybe I would remind it for you. This girl in the center is Daniela Fraser with 17 years of age. Daniela took her phone and she recorded the brutal beat-up of a person in the US, George Floyd. He finally died because of this beating. This committed use of technology started a movement of protest in the US against discrimination and police brutality against people. That's why Daniela Fraser received a mention of honor in the Pulitzer Award. Be careful, I'm not trying to encourage you to record police as they work. What I want to say is that we have to make this technology ours, and we have to create stories that enable us to explain the world and change whatever we don't like. We have to make this technology to us. We have to turn around the camera in the mobile phone. This selfish generation has to learn to look less at themselves and look at the world more. Instead of this infinite scrolling, we should create stories, narratives. And we understand AMI as the UNESCO does, a set of rules, knowledge and attitudes that have to do with the information and that are necessary for everyday life, which also enable us to develop rights, cultural rights, human rights, and be defenders of democracy. This, as UNESCO says, has to be for everybody and throughout our lives. And that's why we need our libraries, because we can disseminate this. There's a consensus to consider this the most efficient solution to provide information. Here we see a graphic from the presidency of the government. This is an organization which is already finished, but that advocated for this, fighting disinformation. This information is in the intersection between false events and hatred. These aspects that are distributed systematically and intentionally has the ability to cause damage publicly, damage to our health, to our cohabitation, to scientific progress, and to democracy. This information, in essence, is hatred in lying format, is hatred in the background and lies in the form. It's dehumanization, anti-democracy. Libraries are essential agents in this environment. You can combat disinformation with knowledge, but you're also spaces, and it was mentioned by the Secretary of State, by Luis García Montero, they are spaces of configuration of ourselves. You are spaces to create, to confirm those binds, those links between different agents in society, fighting polarization and hatred. So MILCC project starts from there. We have trained 112 professionals from libraries all around the country, 50 ones, to get to know the tools for verification. They have been empowered to design and carry out AMI activities for everybody, for all the audience, not only for students, but for everybody. Aragon, Asturias, Canarias, Castilla y León, Castilla-La Mancha, Cataluña, Comunidad Valenciana, Galicia, Rioja, Madrid, Murcia, Navarra, and País Vasco are the communities that, and the Basque Country are the areas in Spain that have participated. So we trained this number of professionals in many libraries in Spain, but there was a situation with a lot of demand, and we doubled the positions, and we moved up to 100, more than 100 people, and that was our commitment with the librarians all around the country. You are very passionate people, so we want to fight disinformation, and we want to promote democratic values. We have achieved many goals. We started with training on April the 8th for the CEDIC conference in Madrid. This training was face-to-face and online, both. Then we did tutorials online for the libraries to design and improve the activities of media literacy. Some of them have been executed already, and some others won't be finished till maybe January. And we will finish the project in January, February, with a meeting of the International Group of Experts in Brussels, creating an international community that will move from the private sphere to the public sphere to the global one. We will connect all participants from Portugal, Spain, etc., and other countries that are interested in AMI. What have we achieved? We have achieved big things. First of all, we have activated participation. We have trained all these professionals, and this was done by trying to correct a deficit that can be found in the training in AMI, not only in librarians but in citizenship in general. 65% had not been trained earlier in AMI, and we have had a tremendous impact thanks to the knowledge and the effort of the libraries around the country. So today I want to thank you all. We were asking these libraries to carry out an activity for 20 people. Some of them have done up to 2 or 3 activities, and the impact is up to 100 or 150 people. Besides, we have expanded this methodological innovation, which is necessary for AMI. It's necessary for this expert group. One of the big workshops is the escape room to attract people that are young and to teach them in a gamified way to do this escape room is being executed today, and it has inspired many libraries to create their own games, their own workshops.
Que algunos de ellos se presentarán en la sesión paralela al Congreso del viernes, a la que os invito a asistir. Además,
some of them will be presented in one of the sessions of the conference, and another aspect is collaboration. We have fostered collaboration with different actors in the community, because in this project we have librarians that work with other educational centers and associations of neighbors, the media, etc., at a local level as well, to regain confidence, because this information has eroded this in the media. And besides, these are projects that are quite rigorous. They start from the rules that have to do with the European Observatory for Disinformation. There's also an Iberian, Portugal and Spain observatory of this kind. We start from evidence, we assess them, and we improve it, looking for sustainability in the whole process. These are not projects that will not be continued. We will be continuing them thanks to our librarians. This is here to stay. So before I give the floor to our librarians here, I would like to thank all the libraries, public libraries that have taken part in this project. We have achieved the main goal, that was making those libraries AMI agents. I like to use a very beautiful image, a beautiful word. So I'm going to go up to the north, to Galicia, the women from the sea. Libraries are redeiras, which is a Galician word of people working in the sea, of women working in the sea, and they are the ones repairing the nets that the fishermen use. That's what they do. So this is what libraries are doing. They are repairing the problems in the nets. So to do that, we're going to give floor to our two redeiras, and this is the idea that I propose. First of all, we have Mila Cascajares from the public library in Almería. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nereida, Marina. We have been supported by them, and thanks to everybody that has participated in the project. This has been a space that we have been sharing, so it's been a wonderful and enriching experience. Our project, developed in the Villa Espesa Library in Almería, is called Connected Against Disinformation. When we started talking about what we would do after this training, my colleague and I said we wanted to work in different sectors with our citizens. We wanted to work with the senior ones and the teenagers. But we couldn't do everything, so we decided to opt for just one, senior, from 60, 65 onwards. The first thing we did was to look for alliances. We connected to the active participation centers belonging to the regional government. We also belong to the regional government. In these centers, we look for the welfare of people that are older than 60 through activities where they share things. We got in touch with these centers in the city of Almería, and we started with the media one that is placed in the 500 Viviendas district. We wanted to generate a federal alliance, and this alliance would be generated with the information professionals. So we got in touch with Canal Sur, the regional TV in Almería, because in this work with the senior people, we wanted to have the professional perspective as well. How news are generated, how they are disseminated, etc. So we established this working group, the library, the two of us, the Center for Active Participation with the coordinator of the center, Pilar, and with a journalist from Canal Sur Almería, María Jesús. Sure, we're going back a little bit. Don't worry. So how would we work? It has active methodology, not a lot of theory, but mainly making them learn with their own experience. We did that through a project that we started and that we are still at. This methodology, this active methodology, was carried out through discussion, games, and questions. We generate information, knowledge, and they research to see if there is disinformation involved, what the information is, etc. But to do that, we didn't know how to post it, so we wanted to base ourselves on data. So what shall we do? Shall we generate a previous form that would be given and handed in to the different participants? And we were asking how did they get the information, how did they obtain it, what were their interests, what topics were of interest, and how would they get to the information, mainly the media, radio, the press, TV, etc. But a great deal of it, probably in the same footing, was WhatsApp. WhatsApp and social media in general. Through family groups as well. So the family group, the group of friends, etc., would send them information via WhatsApp and they would get it from there. They were basically topics of health, food things, fraud as well. Digital fraud was also quite relevant. So we started working on it and we generated 6 workshops that were quite practical. We started October the 20th and we finished November the 24th. Every Monday we met with them. We had one workshop of an hour more or less, sometimes an hour and a half, because they are feeling very good with that and they stayed for long. So apart from what we would tell them or what the journalist would tell us about, we also wanted them to have a vision coming from the experts on the topics that they were relevant for them. So health, the memory, I'm losing my memory, etc. All these things were relevant. So we talked to a neurosurgeon that is very popular in Almería. And he's not only specialized in neurology, but also in sports and health. So we were covering a wide spectrum of things. On the other hand, they were also very much interested in AI, how these would have an impact, etc. So we also contacted with somebody else in Almería that lives in Roquetas de Mar, the village in Almería, and it was a doctor in AI, CEO of a company called Robonity, and he works for MIT and NASA. And NASA, so it was somebody that was quite relevant. So we have to see the networks and alliances that the library can achieve. So we knew that this person was living in Roquetas, and so it was interesting because he was a user of the library. So we said, why not? So we also wanted to show them how the news were generated and how this would be found on the radio. This was in Canal Sur Almería, how the things take place and how they are shown. We started on the 20th and we would finish on the 24th of November. So we have a first group that we work with. This is 15 people. Now you see a picture of the group and they are working here. This group was built with these people, but we have a lot more that are waiting for this group to finish to start another one. But we want to start with them, and I will try to explain what we plan to do with the following group. What about the media that we have available and in place, and what about the resources? We wanted to make the library visible and the projects in it. This has been disseminated in the press, on the radio, on TV. And we also want to disseminate the results. That means that the people that are working in the workshops themselves would tell us about their experience and would encourage other people to take part in the following ones. We also want to assess. We assessed what they knew about this information and what they knew about tools they could use. At the beginning, many of them didn't know anything about it, and we applied the questionnaire at the beginning and at the end. But the main goal was very important. We want to encourage everybody to take part in the workshops, and it would be they themselves that would be part of it and train them. Not only the senior population, but also we provide relevance to the integration of senior people with teenagers, and we want to make them work together, teenagers and senior people. They empower one another and they can share things with the other members of the project. So they say, when my family sends this WhatsApp to me, I would say no thanks. First of all, I have to verify, I have to check whether this is true or not. So before disseminating and sending it or reposting it to another group, think about it, have a moment, go through it, and consider whether this can be disseminated or not, because you are aware of the fact that this could be fake news. So this is empowering people a lot. And to finish with my presentation, I would like to say that our main goal is the following. We are really very excited and we don't want to stop here, so we want to offer this as a further service of the library via workshops or promoting it in our webpage and providing this information, this counseling to people that could be interested in the topic. So this is what we've tried to do. So what do I mean by this? That if we have this data, this information and everything in place, we are just two people that have been working on this and other topics, but even though the library is small, you can always do something. So this catalyzing factor within the library is very essential. And to finish with my presentation finally, I would like to give floor to my colleague Susi Ors from the Agustín Arques in Cosentino, Alicante, because she will tell us about the other part of the experience that we've had. Thank you very much. Hello? I'm not very tall, so this is a little bit further up for me. I'm Susi from the Cocentaina. I know that it's difficult, Cocentaina. Cocentaina is a population of 11,000 inhabitants, more or less, in the southern part of Valencia and north of Alicante. It's a village on the mountains, and this is been a true adventure for all of us taking part in the project. We thought in our library that we would call it try not to deceive me. A mí no me engañan in Valencian language. So we wanted to realize that we are together in this boat of this information, and we wanted to aim this activity to people that were 15 or 16 years old. And since we wanted them to spend the longer amount of time on it, if it was free, it would be just a few of them, and they wouldn't need it. So we wanted to establish alliances, and we wanted to achieve two very basic goals. They had to be aware of the fact that this information is actually there, and start fostering critical thinking. With these ideas, my colleague and I, Silvia, who couldn't make it here, we established the strategy of having cooperation. It was essential to have it with the educational centers. We have two in our town. We wanted to work with both of them. The local association of arts, it's Art Local, as an association of mainly young artists, but some of them are not so young or anymore. Some of them are getting good money for their work. And then also part of the municipality was helping, and with the radio, the local radio. We started talking to them, we explained the project. Not everybody normally gets involved, but everybody wanted to get involved here in this project. We started in October and we finished on November the 30th. The activity itself is well planned, it's a game, and it has two stages, the game as such, one that takes place in the library, and then dissemination. They arrived within the working hours of the school. They were given an interactive kit to see how things were, to see where we started. When we spoke about this information, it actually rang a bell, and most of them said this information is the information that we don't know about. No, that's a different thing. So they have to be aware of this information that exists. So we started explaining the dynamics of the game. We started with the trip and then the test, and we designed 3 spaces. We have a library that has spaces for each particular need. So we're happy to do that and to say that we have spaces that are designed specifically for different purposes, and they were very handy. We have used both digital and non-digital tools. Everybody had a computer, and we were collectively advancing and developing. They have moved around 3 spaces, one to verify and contrast the information and images, then one on the fauna of this information to analyze the vocabulary, etc. They clearly have this in mind. It is not a general matter. There were several concepts that were quite mixed. And then conspiracy theories, of course. It was very amusing because each group had to build a conspiracy theory. There was time allocated for that. We would control that, and then we would have time for discussion, and this would be enhanced. All of them were really surprised. Some of them found it more difficult than others, but the professors, the teachers themselves, said that they had learned a lot. And this is very important because they have seen that this is necessary, and this has helped them be committed for further campaigns, and they have also witnessed the need for this to be developed. So this continuation of processes was essential. These alliances were relevant for that. And then there was a forum for discussion. We went back through the issues. They themselves were surprised because they thought that everything that they handled was true, but then they were really surprised. You could see it in their faces. You just had to look at them to realize that they were surprised at the fact that some of the issues that they thought were true, were not. So at the end, there was a test where you had to find a box where you could find a series of surprises. Then we would have the second stage. They will go to the local radio studio to create a radio program, a short one, only 15 minutes, where they will do it in a different fashion according to their own preferences. And what they intend is to share their experience, to tell us what they've learned, and send some kind of message. What would you tell the citizenship? Those of you that thought that it belonged to everyone. 150 young people have taken part. When you finished, there was a feeling that you got. Because at the beginning we started with 1,000. We started with 1,000. And we were a little bit far from what would be expected because the age is 15, 16, so there's a series of expectations that are typical from this age. So their collaboration was also positive, and everybody was giving a hand. So we thought they liked it. 5 of them would look for the box, and the rest would carry out the survey. And we thought, this is great, it's working very well. 90% have provided us with good comments, with reviews. Do you think that this learning was positive? Was it clarifying? Were there things that you didn't expect, etc.? So we'll keep on working with this campaign, and we'll of course modify things, but in every group we have adapted several things, evidences, images, photographs, etc. This is the logo, and there were a series of page markers So our idea was, let's make sure that there are 3 or 4 things that they actually work with instead of having a lot that they won't assimilate. Well, to give you my final comments, I think that this has been very positive, and maybe for the future we will be able to improve this and maybe address a different type of sector in the population. We're just a few of us in the permanent staff, and our campaign to foster reading in general, which is always essential, this will help us to encourage everybody to take part in this type of activities. In libraries, we are very important for disinformation, to attack disinformation. I would encourage you, therefore, to be part of this type of projects because they are very positive in one realm. Apart from showing that everybody is receptive to the things that you do, it helps building alliances, spaces for discussion, where we can share things. And this makes our work very enriching. And that's all I want to say for the moment. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. Well, with this, we're going to finish. We encourage you to work with this. Thank you.
Nereida
Carrillo, Milagros Cascajares, and Susiors, thank you so much for your presentation. We're going to close this morning with a participatory session that invites to the exchange of ideas. It's called Cultural Right to Role of Libraries. This is a participative session. Gemma Garbo is the president of the association Con Arte Internacional, with Art International, and member of the foundation Danielina Carasso. She's a researcher and teacher in the scope of cultural politics and the links with culture education and sustainable development. She also holds a master in educational science and expert in science of culture. She's been working in museums and other patrimonial spaces, and also she holds a UNESCO teaching at the universities, part of the Council for Arts in Education in Catalonia, and she's coordinated the Axis of Education of the Plant of Cultural of the Ministry of Culture and the Strategy of Culture and Development of EFE. We encourage you to participate in this session so that it becomes a shared experience, and Gemma Carbon has the floor. Thank you.
Bueno, pues muchas gracias. Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much for having invited me. I do not come from a library. I'm not a librarian. I would love to be one. I come from museums, and from the world of museum, we always envy libraries because they are the best cultural public policy that has ever existed. And we always say that. Having said that, well, we carried out an experiment, and this was a participative session. And when they said, 500 people, we thought, whoa, this is going to be difficult unless we start dancing. So I went for a Mentimeter. This is not working. Okay. Well, just with the QR, or if you go into Menti and you do not have to register, it just opens directly. We tried before with Diego and it worked. And the idea is for you not to answer anything. Not yet. Wait a minute, because this is going to be a work in progress. Do we all have the QR? Yes? You can't see it? Okay, if you cannot have access, you can go into Menti and use this code, menti.com, and they ask you whether you want to register or you want to use the code. If you say use code, you have this code and then you are inside the presentation. Yes, more or less? Okay. Well, before we start, don't answer, because otherwise when we get to the graphic it will be there. Yes, the code. Okay. Sorry. It's going to be participational. Yes. Otherwise, and I insist, when we have the questions again, you will have the QR again if you haven't been able to manage. Okay, let's go. Yes, okay. Well, we're talking about cultural rights, and before talking about cultural rights, I wanted to mention another agenda with which we've been working with, mostly in libraries, and with which we had already committed, creating specific work groups. And this is this 2030 Agenda in Sustainability. Why do I start with this? Because in this agenda, the criticism is that not many people of culture belong to it. From libraries, they insisted that yes, we were there because the right to access to information is a fundamental human right. And since from museos, we also said that there was a point 11.4 in the agenda that dealt with the topic of investment in heritage. So the culture was there, but maybe from some functions and roles that were historical and that had a lot to do with what our poet said to us this morning. They have a lot to do with individual rights of people and not so much with something that cultural rights are bringing, which is a new approach, a new look on these cultural rights. And that is this great task, which quoting Kant is the hard work of culture, which is coming from the individual right to the shared responsibility, to what is collective. Why am I saying this? Because from between the Agenda 2030 and what's been happening in the last few years in the scope of cultural policies, there has been a very hard work done by UNESCO, especially by the whole of the United Nations system, to develop one of the aspects of these cultural rights that had not been developed before. If we take the Chart of Human Rights or the article number 15 of the Pact for Cultural Rights, what we see is that when we talk about culture, we mention three important things. First, the right to protection of interests, the famous right of authorship, and this is before the Declaration of Human Rights, and this has a derivative which is specific in artificial intelligence, but it's one of the main cultural rights that has had a very wide normative development. The second idea of the pact, when they talk about cultural rights, is the right to access to scientific knowledge. The access and the possibility of enjoying this right. So this is what we've been working with from libraries, educational system, museums, what they have developed in the last few years, and what is showing this inflection point mostly, well, since the year 2009, when the United Nations system said we have to have a special unit for cultural rights that works with the third aspect of this statement, which says every person has a right to participate freely in the cultural life of the community. And this was the bone, the hard bone, as we would say in Catalonia. That's where the culture became a point of conflict. This is where culture is understood as a community vindication linked to the claim for power. And this is where the culture had hurt people a lot, especially in Europe. It is important to remember that working in culture is working in a very, very big responsibility. From 2009, the Special Unit for Cultural Rights, UNESCO, and other organizations that you know, like IFLAN or IFACA, great international cultural organizations, they have been working with this idea of participating in the cultural life, mostly from a general observation 21 is called. Well, legal experts say participate means three things. It means to participate in a political way through voting, being part of an assembly, also to have access, which is something that we've been talking about this whole morning, and the third thing, which is to contribute. And this is where the exercise of cultural participation brings together all of the connotations that we've been dealing with this morning. The Cultural Rights Plan lands in Spain from this focus. It is a plan that has been very participative, with 17 axes, 15 people in each one of them. We've been cooperating with working groups constantly, same thing as with the European group and the rural group. So processes that are bottom to top, complicated, interesting, where there's always a debate and a participation exercise. And this has positioned the idea of cultural rights, placing for access in the highest value. We talk about access, participation with this accent we mentioned before. We need to place a fundamental axis, which is the one of inequality, because from culture, inequality can become an opportunity if we understand cultural diversity as our great asset. Sometimes it sounds a bit naive, but it is so. Otherwise, think about music when it becomes hybrid with different musical traditions. What is the cinema doing when they co-produce mixing cultures? This mixture generates new proposals. This is the contribution that diversities have, and this is the contribution that they can offer to cultural policies. The third one is the freedom for creation, the fight against censorship, the freedom of expression, the fight against misinformation. And the last axis, culture for social well-being. There are all the transversalities of culture. Culture and health, cultural urbanism, culture and youth, culture and environment, as many as you want. So this approach of cultural rights doesn't bring or invent anything new. We had already been working from this approach, but it adds up with the agendas, like the 2030 agenda. It adds a humanist approach, which is committed to the common, to what's common, to what's public. Having said this, yes, now, do you consider that these agendas are useful for the action of libraries? This is anonymous. You can answer freely because this is the idea.
Venga, que somos 500, ¿eh?
Come on, we're 500 people.
Va ganando por goleada el deberían serlo. Interesante que haya posiciones.
It should be is what's winning. It's interesting to see clear positions in definitely yes, definitely no, and 5 not required. They're not needed. This morning we were talking to a colleague of yours, Felicidad from Salamanca, and she was saying, I'm going to steal your idea. I don't know where you are, but I'm going to steal it. It's like the frame that holds the picture. If it wasn't there, we would have to invent another way of holding this content and everything we're working with. But of course, it's possible to think that it's not required, or definitely not. And maybe from these opinions, we need to work critically so that they become relevant, these agendas that we feel are important. To my view, the 2030 Agenda is an ethical framework of action for states, and the cultural rights agenda, for me as a professional, means an opportunity, a very important one. And I'm going to try to talk about now the opportunity to understand each other as culture workers, going beyond territorial differences. And this is quite complex at the moment. I hope that in the next meeting we have museums and libraries together. I don't know if everybody has answered, but yes, more or less. Shall we move on?
Hay tres grandes ejes que
There are three main axes that the plan places on the table. The first one, and I'm especially committed to this, is the issue of artistic and cultural education or training. This has to do with everything that is related to art and culture. UNESCO, parallel to the Cultural Rights Agenda, has been working with this since the year 2010. We didn't have a lot of advances, but now we have this framework that I, of course, recommend you to access, because when we talk about this, because of the sectorial segmentation, normally library is not included, or reading is not included, or literature is not included. Why? Why do we continue to work with contemporary creation on the one hand, heritage on the other hand, and libraries on the other hand? Because we're talking about culture and artistic languages in any case, and in all cases. Well, this framework of UNESCO that we mentioned is one of the interesting agendas, mostly because it has an implementation guide in which there are interesting actions for libraries. The other issue is Mundiacult, linked to cultural rights and its artificial intelligence. And there is an interesting document, which is how we can improve access through artificial intelligence, and that is where libraries have a very relevant role in the generation of content that would be respectful with the diversity framework. That's where we have to protect and promote the diversity of cultural expressions, of languages, of shapes in those languages, the diversity of languages, and everything that you are used to doing. In this report, they say that in an ideal future, the access and cultural participation, thanks to artificial intelligence, would be inclusive and diverse, and the communication among languages, or plurality and diversity, will be guaranteed thanks to artificial intelligence. We are still very far away from this, but you know, utopias are the ones that help us move forward. I think that we have seen LAMI, mediatic and digital alphabetization projects, etc. They're totally necessary, and there are people, as we know, already working on that. The other great axis would be heritage, memory, and identity. Archives here, always separated as well, although in public administrations, in heritage, everything goes together. But this idea that this approach of cultural rights, enfoque de derechos culturales, allows us to see the library as this space of protection of identity, protection of memory, that unfortunately in valid conflict times, these are the first spaces that are attacked. And we mustn't remember very significant libraries that have been the victim of these kind of attacks. Having said that, we are working on cultural rights already. Everybody have access to our libraries. I love how the graphic goes up and down. This is maybe a little bit more controversial, right? It's good that this is anonymous and you can actually state what you think in a spontaneous and free way. To start with, yes, but not really. This is what's winning. We have the theory very clear in mind. You know, words just fly away with the wind, but everything on paper stays, as we usually say. So, yes, to start with, clearly not. And also, well, these access is one of the questions we've been working with intensely. But we can see that what's winning is the idea of, yeah, in principle, it is so, but not in reality. So, yes, in theory, not in reality. Yes, seems like it's not moving. So what does access mean, and why would we say, well, in theory, yes, but not in real life? Well, access, the term access, has a lot of corners.
Sí. La accesibilidad funcional.
Functional accessibility, something which is totally normalized and legalized, and it has a library plan for them to become accessible. It has to do with the general observation. The number 21 I talked to you about, guaranteeing accessibility, means physical accessibility to begin with, but also this is accessibility when it comes to easy reading, different capacities and capabilities, and everything that you know quite well. It also means non-discrimination. It also means fighting against abuse in libraries. And also the idea of physical accessibility towards a place that becomes like a refuge. And this is what rural libraries were telling us about. The idea of a library as a refuge, as a theme or climate refuge as well. And also they hold a practical guide of attention to migrant populations. And because maybe this is one of the issues that are still a long way to go, and that from this perspective of cultural rights and positioning of the idea of diversity, maybe we could turn it around and not talk about migrants, but talk about people that are contributing with different looks, different languages, different cultural backpacks, and as a consequence, they could become one of our great assets. How can we guarantee this access and participation that we mentioned before? What are we working most on?
Lo del servicio público gratuito lo tenemos claro, ¿eh?
Okay, we have it very clear in mind. The public free service, it seems to be very clear. This is the great guarantee for access. Sometimes with museums we have these entrance fees that block and we're not an established policy in municipalities with more than 5,000 inhabitants. So, okay, it's interesting to see that the idea of accessibility, functional and legislated, is very much represented. And it's interesting to see that topics like linguistic diversity are not very much considered, cultural diversity a little bit more, territorial coverage is very low, timetables are a bit low too, probably because of the availability of staff, and ages are not considered too much. Well, this is an X-ray, it's a game, it's an exercise, but it's interesting for this to generate some deeper debate. If we have time left, we will give you some terms. Another way of access is digital, and it's quite evident that the whole of the program, eBiblio by the Ministry of Culture, this eBiblio program will be reinforced by the plan, and the digital content of libraries will have a proposal with this multi-language aggregator that will reinforce everything. And there's also this line in the plan that promotes diversity, and it uses spaces in which are not being used very much, and use it for other usages for young people, reading clubs, etc. So we have to say that La Bibliotecas was part of the redaction of the plan, the work in this process, and obviously your input is there and it's been taken into account. Does this digital access really guarantee, if we talk about repositories and multilingualism, is it enough for literacy, for alphabetization? Is it? We talked before about misinformation, AMI projects, and all of that. So, are we promoting enough this literacy for this digital area? Only technologically? No. Yes.
Quería quitar esto, pero aquí hay mucha unanimidad, ¿eh?
There is a lot of unanimity here. Well, we need a lot of AMIs in libraries. But it's true, and this happens also in the world of education. When we imagine this digital program, we're thinking about a software knowledge program. No, but this is not the case. This it is more to learning to write and read in digital codes, and this is basic, and it goes through learning to read first. Technology is an element, and the important is the other idea, the idea of literacy, and this is where we find most of the challenges. So technology occupies a lot of pages in newspapers, sometimes and many resources, but if there is not a capability for training and drive towards literacy using these technologies, then we are in the same place. It's very interesting to see this unanimous response. Talking about access means also talking about territorial balance. And small libraries have spoken before. I live in a very small village, and I've been working with a museum in the rural world with 3,000 inhabitants, and we worked directly with libraries, and it's here in this rural environment where it is urgent to work in a coordinated way. It doesn't make sense many times that we do not complement each other with resources, spaces, topics. One of the processes that we did was to start the reflection with a topic that were the community, with the library and reading clubs, and then we moved on to the exhibitions that we had in the museum. And well, at the level of the plan, we will continue with the modernization and the grants for all of this, especially in these places with risk of depopulation. And we've seen the project that has just been presented, and which is wonderful, and which has landed totally, and it's related to this idea of access. And finally, participation. There's a CESABIT study, CESABIT in 2021, stated that it is in this idea of participation where the legal framework of libraries, where this legal framework still has a long way to go. There's a research article in which they explain that library laboratories are starting. They have a lot of potential. We talked before with a colleague from Huesca. She said that one of the laboratories led to a real transformation process of the neighborhood, with the commitment of all entities through the proposal that the library presented, the proposal of creating this laboratory. And in the plan, we have this idea of reinforcing the network, and also to include this third pillar of contribution and the real generation of community in our spaces. It is not easy, and in museums we are in the same position. It is not the same, and it's not easy to give away control, and it's not easy to have the time and the capabilities to manage participations that are very diverse, that sometimes do not have the tradition of participating yet. So it's a double an exercise for collective building and pedagogy, etc. So it's not easy to open doors. It is not easy to give an answer to the needs of the community when we're still lacking enough resources or staff to cover the needs for protection, cataloging, preservation, maintenance of our spaces. This is a task which is added to the ones that we had been carrying out. But it is the task that will legitimize us socially, especially with the youngsters. If we do not open this space to participation, if we do not open the library as a laboratory from where to think about the challenges of the community, they're going to do it from other spaces where there is not a rigorous knowledge, where there is misinformation, where there is no qualified staff to mediate in an educational way, and staff which can drive certain critical looks. So if we don't do it in museums and libraries, it will be done in the market, as it's happening through social media or spaces where there is no ethical. There is not an ethical code, or if there is one, it's very different from the one we have. This contribution necessarily is related to placing the focus on the area of reading. Libraries are great literacy agents, and they should work in a much more coordinated way with the other actors that are working in literacy as well. This literacy that is lifelong. The school covers a space, but with the elderly, this period of life in which they continue to need this learning, they want to find these libraries, of course, also at the beginning of our lives for very small kids. This reading has to do with the diversity of ways of reading. It has to do with cinema, it has to do with comic, illustration, pictures, digital languages, Yemayuk has a statement in this article. Adolescents do read, and they hold a big part of the editorial industry. So they are, moving away from different places. They're reading from different places in different ways through other languages, or artistic languages, or aesthetic languages, or digital languages. But this is reading as well, and this is reading that we will have to incorporate to the exercise of literacy or literacy building. We have the program of history, drawers, and other spaces that are being fostered from the ministry for young people to be familiar with these languages as well. Are we considering these other ways of reading and these other possible ways of reading? Well, the first two answers were very radical.
Va ganando el no.
Okay, no is leading the way. It is not easy either. We're not ready to work for literacy in other languages, which is not reading and writing, which is the language we were born in. We would probably need help, and we'll probably need cooperation with cultural entities that do know what this is all about. In schools, this is a very clear case, but from other spheres, there are entities that have been working with literacy through photography, and also through music, through orality, in the case of other collectivities, that don't have the capacity of this reading writing, literacy through dancing, circus, all of these artistic languages that tell stories. And these require these reading codes and writing codes that we've been working on as well as a right. Well, it seems like the answer is not so radical now. There are many libraries that are doing it, I understand. And I imagine that it's not easy, but that you are working with alliances and works with other entities. We have just a few minutes left, but if somebody wants to contribute with anything or make a comment, please raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll continue with the topic. The plan is foreseeing something very important. At an internal level, the plan offers many spaces for a shared agenda, and in this case I'm going to talk about the shared agenda between culture and education, because I think that there is a great niche of opportunities. If we want to make progress with literacy, informational, digital and reading literacy, we need to establish alliances with with, for example, school libraries. I know this is a controversial topic. There have been plans to support these school libraries, but then after the crisis they were withdrawn. I know I have sisters working in school libraries. I've seen that in the rural plan the topic of school libraries is essential. It is basic to find this conversation and dialogue with the educational world. And I will tell you that from this contemporary artistic creation, for 10 years, we've been able to be at schools during the daytime and educational time, with an agreement with the Department of Education in Catalonia. We're doing so. Why? Because this other languages literacy the schools are seeing it as something very urgent. But we cannot leave outside of this literacy building the libraries. Anything that means reading and writing, oralities, and the possibilities of this library as a musical or sound archive. We can access the formal educational space, we can work with teachers. There is a great need to work jointly. There is a great need for the teachers to guarantee their active participation in this cultural life, because we always think about students, but we need to think about our colleagues from other professions to guarantee these spaces, to raise our voices, these spaces for art and the learning of these artistic languages. There are many projects that are working this link between museums, schools, theaters, and beyond education. There are other links that are working with health, culture, and recently in Barcelona, in Caminarts, this project deals also with physical and mental well-being, establishing alliances with the hospital and the Museum of Contemporary Art. So this is where we need to have synergies as well. We cannot continue to work separately. We need to talk about the idea of cultural and artistic education together. Derived from this plan, we're creating a massive course for primary teachers from this approach of cultural rights, explaining some of the projects of this kind and some of the exercises that we have mentioned, how they can make the library into a cultural space with projects and this fight for literacy and creativity in the center. We can give it to you if you want to.
Well then, the libraries in the schools, the libraries in the schools have done a great deal of work, and now it's the right time to go back to this. It's not only in this field is social services, is youth. These are mainstreaming topics, and they have to do a lot with care and thinking about the community in a higher instance. Are you establishing relationships with the school?
Qué maravilla.
Wonderful.
Esta relación es una relación muy interesante.
This is a very interesting relationship because it's the same idea as the lab. It is a matter of creating together with professionals in the educational sector about proposals that don't have to do with services of the library, but common creations, resources, possibilities, opportunities, joint work. Sometimes it has to do with the long term, because in culture and education we are different in as much as timing. In culture we work differently, and in this dialogue with education, the topic of the long length of the projects is essential. So it's very obvious, so go ahead. What possibilities do you see in this collaboration? Then you can use text, you can introduce text in this option, so you can tell more things. What are we learning? What is working? What is not working in this collaboration?
Bueno, maravilloso, ¿no?
Wonderful, great. So we're going to introduce all these responses and see what happens.
Cambiar nuestra imagen.
Changing our image. Anybody wants to mention? We have a couple of minutes. Is there any mic in the audience? Do you want to say anything?
Cambiar la imagen, porque creemos que la imagen de las bibliotecas no está muy acorde con lo que los...
So this is not accordingly to what young people are looking for, maybe?
Fusionar el plan lector.
Merging the plan of the library with the reading plan. Let's work on this. I love it.
Es la biblioteca la...
Is the library the one who has to go out and go to school? This is very interesting as well. Why don't we organize activities in schools, the type of activities that we perform and carry out in the libraries? Librarians in schools, but really, truly there. This is something that we can mention. Why are we working in such a partial fashion? Because sometimes we still have to fight for better conditions in our spaces, and this has been confusing us. Sometimes we are afraid of those who become intruders in our sector, and we're afraid of working together. Sometimes this can be very important, and this is something that we're going to introduce, and we're going to analyze all these replies that we're seeing here. Very well. So that they get to know us and the families as well. So the community should incorporate cultural agents and these cultural actors, and this is something that we're trying to work on. Well, thank you very much. You are very excited, and this is great. And this is a brainstorming of ideas, and this is great. Enriching the academic curriculum. If there's something that we really need, this is it. What do we do? What do we invent for different spaces? In reality, what they need to know is to learn how to read, learn how to count, and learn how to enjoy aesthetic values, the classical school vision.
Bueno, existe una brecha importante entre las...
Well, there is a big gap between the big ones and the small ones, promoting the library as an entertainment space, not only as a temple of wisdom. What are children doing in the library? Do they come to play? Are we a space for gaming? Are we a space for learning? It is the same thing the museums are going through. Is the museum a space where you can enjoy the collection in a quiet fashion, or is it a herd of creatures going into the museum and disturbing? We can see that there are infinite possibilities and options, and let's continue here. And I would like to close to then give you the voice later with this aspect of the plan, including what was being done, the politics of culture is the politics of libraries, and we have to improve things. We've seen it. We can improve things, as we have seen. But there was this kind of 10 element document saying that libraries already promote citizen participation. The elements that are included that could be active and could be connected to collective creation rather, and be connected to the needs of the community. There are experiences, and some of them are very complex. They catalyze territories, and they are strategic resources that help revitalize the peoples or the villages rather, if we talk about rural areas. This was a case in Catalonia. There was a space for reflection in the rural world. And the thing is that one of the things that the young people were saying as some reason to leave the village and the rural areas was boredom. If there is no cultural option, there are no cultural options to enjoy, then they get bored and leave. So these underused spaces are very relevant as well. Public policy has a legal implementation which is clearer, but I do insist only libraries are responsible, a formal responsibility for in the hands of local governments. There's nothing else in culture, in as much as cultural resources. That's it. That's only it. And you are the big advocates for this, the trip back to micro, including districts, etc. You guarantee access to culture. These spaces are safe spaces to seek for refuge and shelter. You foster reading and literacy. You have to join other types of languages, and these are different artistic languages. There are no barriers today between music, cinema, theater. Everything is connected. Cultural, creative languages are very varied. You do foster social inclusion. You work in cultural mediation as well. This is one of the axes that was also dealt with. Librarians and people working for museums, museologists, are cultural historians. But it is true that they require tools and training that are specific for those tasks. And this is one of the tasks that are involved in the library. Not all the librarians, not all of them want to work as cultural and artistic mediators, but many of them are. So we've seen the topic of being a shelter, the topic of sustainability. All these things are supplementary to what we said earlier. We have to work on education in sustainability. They have to be climate shelters. We have to be accessible, including different capabilities, and you are reinforcing the community fabric by providing us with these different programs. So, coming back to the beginning, you are already working from this type of approach for a long time. You advocate for it, but the change of perspective in this development, in the standardization of participation in cultural life, professionals in libraries, such as the ones in museums or archives, to think from a different perspective that stress this community part, which is participatory. And I loved the comments of the poet this morning, that is essential in the role of culture, the movement from what's individual, personal, from development of the person, towards the commitment with what's collective, what's public, what's part of the community. And this is, in a way, the challenge that we are facing in the world of culture, because we're being asked to provide results in that field, if we're gaining presence in public agendas, is because the situation is very complex and the culture is being called when things are difficult. It's a challenge and many other things at the same time, but in my opinion, the approach of the cultural rights should enable us to think from this innovating perspective, to see how we are finding ourselves, how we are finding spaces of connection, and this happens with museums and archives as well, and how we start enjoying our work better by seeing that we have competence that covers many other fields, the arts, the rural spaces, etc. I finish here. I have 5 minutes, and I would like somebody to tell me how this would do, and otherwise we would go for lunch, because I know that you are probably wanting to do it. There are microphones if you want to use them. I don't know if we have the colleague from Huesca asking about the labs. Do you want to say anything about it? I can't see a thing, I'm sorry. Well, go ahead. So you're a forced volunteer, so you can break the ice. Hello? Yes. Okay, yes, I'd like to mention a couple of things. First of all, congratulations, because you made a very strong point, focusing on cultural rights in our field, in the field of libraries. I think I've said it before. We are sending messages and types of discourse that we in the audience are used to hearing. What I particularly liked about Heredia's discourse on funding, this has to be applied to libraries as well, and this discourse of participation, access, cultural rights, rural libraries, etc., we have to have some kind of forum with politicians so that they start realizing that as well. Because then after the conferences and the seminars, yes, very good, but we don't have the key to funding, strategy, etc. This is something that we should say. So the ministry maybe, or at the regional level, they could organize fora where we have the people who make the decision on where the money goes. I'm very critical of this. A festival for 4 days, maybe 150,000 euros, but then they're mixing things there. So there's a deep reflection on what participating in cultural policies is. From my experience from Huesca, the word participation becomes scary for some people, because if you're honest and transparent, then you have to do what the citizens have decided to put into practice, and not everybody is ready for that. I'm saying politicians, but sometimes not even the population is ready for that. We need a democratic growth or maturity to do that. Thank you very much.
Pues sí, estoy totalmente de acuerdo y
I fully agree, and I insist this is not a small change, this is a paradigm shift. this is a change of redistribution of power, of opportunities, and a lot of self-criticism has to be carried out here. We're ready to do that, but it is an exercise that there will be no way back, hopefully, and we need to think about it as how to be trained in this, how to open spaces. The plan is accompanied by lines of economic support. Projects between culture and education are supported by a specific line, social impact projects, etc. There have been specific actions within the plan. If the person from the ministry knows more than I do about this, but the true topic is what you just said. Is giving power to people in programming, decision making, etc. And learning to listen and to dialogue and to agree on things. And this is education for citizenship and for democracy, which is the big crisis that we have at the moment. And I will close with one single piece of information from a Catalan newspaper today. Young men in Catalonia believe increasingly less in democracy being the best system to govern us. So thank you.
Muchas gracias, Gemma Carbó. Regresamos a las 3:30, ahora una pausa para el almuerzo, así que buen provecho.
So we will be back at 3:30. We have a break for lunch.
Por favor, no. Por favor, las personas encargadas de presentar alguna sesión ahora podrían acudir al pie del escenario. Gracias. Muy buenas tardes y bienvenidos.
Good afternoon and welcome again to this 12th National Conference on Public Libraries that we're holding during today and tomorrow.
Día con una de las secciones más inspiradoras.
We're going to start with one of the most inspiring sessions, the session about best practices. For the next 2 hours, we're going to get to know real projects promoted in different public libraries in our country, which show to what extent innovation and closeness and social commitment are part of the DNA of the libraries. 6 experiences, 6 ways of understanding cultural rights in action, from video games to inclusion, technology, collective memory, and each speaker is going to have 15 minutes for their presentation. At the end of it, there will be 30 minutes for all of the for the audience to ask questions. So we would like to ask the speakers to please take into account these times so that everybody has the possibility to ask and answer. Please come with me. Thank you.
Pues comenzamos con la primera de las.
We're going to start with the first session, which is called Mediatic Literacy through video games for students of the secondary education in the Municipal Library of Burgos. Fernando Izquierdo, librarian at the the local library of Burgos. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming here and for traveling to Granada. I had here, the order of the thanks that I wanted to give, but I'm going to change it. I think it's more appropriate to thank you. Those of you who have shortened your eating, your lunchtime, and have come here for the presentation of these best practices. If I change the order, now I have to thank all of my colleagues at work because they are working today. Your colleagues are working today, and that allows us to be here today, and they are the ones that make this activity and these video games possible. I also want to thank the Ministry of Culture for creating these moments and these meeting points to be able to meet people, and I want to remind you of that. It's a moment to say hello to the old people that we know, but also to get to know new people. Don't forget. And I also wanted to thank the scientific committee for having selected this good practice. I'm sure there were other ones that were as powerful as this one. So thank you for having selected us. And finally, last but not least, I would like to thank the Council of Burgos that has made it easier for me to come here. We need every town hall, every council to help us come to these kind of events to continue growing. And as I can see that time flies, I'm going to very quickly move on to which is our innovation on our contribution and what we would like you to replicate in our centers. The idea is to decide to do it yourselves. I am in the section of user training, and I've been there for a long time. One of the things that I've been doing is to try to attract the young people to our libraries, attract them to do this activity, but also to continue coming. So this has to be complemented with a good library that attracts people, but we start with the idea of them coming and getting to know us. This presentation was for two colleagues, and life is it's going to decide where you can be or where you cannot be. The main creator and manager of this activity hasn't been able to come here. I would like to apologize to him. I would like to encourage him with the activity he's involved into. And if you have any questions, you can call him and José Juan Jiménez. You will see him later on. And my name is Fernando Izquierdo, as you have already been told. In my case, and with this user training, I wanted to do a qualitative jump. We needed something powerful, and we used video games. I don't think many libraries are doing, but those that are doing user training are using not only games but video games, something that is very attractive to young people. And I think that the best person who can tell you about it is José Juan. Can I have the video, please? Gamifying activity with video games of own creation as didactic tools. Users training has always been part of the offer of the Library of Burgos. From 3 years old to guided visits, we have offered all the recourses in the library. Video games are an innovating element. It's something very attractive addressed to a young audience. Video games have been introduced in the libraries in the last few years, but there are not many of them that are used as a pedagogic tool. Under these premises, the Burgos Library has created a project with 2 self-creation video games as facilitating tools for the reaching of the objective of user training and informational. This project wants to attract young people with technologies and gamification, with the possibility that library is a space for their daily life. It includes students from secondary education, training cycles, and it also develops sessions with students and university professors. The first part is called Killing in Rome. It is an adventure in the city of Rome at the end of the 17th century, and the script is the killing of one of the most important figures of that time. Many people around this person are suspicious, and they all have reasons to have committed the crime. The objective of the game is to investigate them, to develop a hypothesis of what happened. For the program, next to in the shed of the cathedral, we talked about the visit that happened in the beginning of the 16th century, and we have figures close to the emperor, and we bring the people closer to this event. In a single-player mode, the gamers have to go through the different parts of the cathedral, getting to know the figures, collecting information, and developing a hypothesis about this killing. A conspiration can be happening. The session starts with a welcoming to groups and a motivation for the activity they're going to do. In this theoretical part of the session, in the case of the participants at first and second of ESO, we talk about distribution of the library, the different materials, and the ways in which they can locate the documents. After this theoretical part and after the explanation of the activity, divided into groups, the participants have an hour to try to collect all of the information possible about the fact that they are studying. They will spend half that time playing in the computer and half the time searching between the books on the shelves, following the clues that help them move forward in the investigation. They will also be in touch with elements like the different types of lights and other things that will add a lot of excitement. Also, a clock will be counting the time, and after the playing game, the participants, with all the information they have, they need to try to elaborate their hypothesis about the death of Francesco, or the conspiracy to finish with the life of Emperor Charles. There's a visualization of the final video with the solution of the enigma. After the use of these programs at the beginning of 2019, we've had 2,500 participants with a very high degree of satisfaction by students and by teachers. It has 2 main objectives. On the one hand, it brings the students closer to libraries, which is fundamental in the educational process of students. And on the other hand, also helps them to have a look at the historical reality of its context. So you do not know only about story, but about library, what resources you can find in a library, and all these program activities are beneficial for everybody. It's a way of taking with us part of our history through a game. So it's a fantastic way of attracting the interest of our students. As a player, I loved the activity, and we were able to escape of the cathedral. These programs have received a prize of good practices in library and in the year 2022. By way of conclusion, we can say that in contexts like gamification and video games, something that libraries have to explore, looking at emerging technologies and fields like virtual reality. These new forms of methods are a very powerful tool to get closer to the users and reach the training objectives of the sector of libraries.
Bueno, aquí habéis tenido...
Well, there you have had access to my colleague where he's presenting the whole pack, the training of users with these two video games. I wanted to comment that these university students and teachers came to try our program because they wanted to introduce these video games tool in their training process. They saw that these video games and the use of them being used in this library context can be taken to any other context. So this game and this playing as a team helps you to reach your objectives. In the case of the municipal library, you have the common objectives. Get to know what the library, how it is organized, have basic data on the document, be able to use the catalog, because every video takes you to a book or a film where they have more clues. They have a research challenge. There's not a solution within a box, we always tell them. And the teacher values that positively. It's like it's seeing chapters and collecting clues, and they have to reason about it, and the different teams have to elaborate the theory. Of course, they have the possibility of a prize, which in this case is half a point for the following exam. And it incorporates their teamwork. We ask the teacher to form the different teams, and we introduce transversal contents related to history and local heritage. The visit of Charles V is a real one. He came in at this time, but well, maybe the drama related to the situation maybe was not real. And this would be the game. Once we explain it to them, they start playing, they get into the cathedral, and they have to walk the cathedral. They need to find 10 conversations between the different characters. They have to move through a cathedral. They have access to historical information that can help them to get correctly located. There is a plan here. And the idea would be to walk through all of these spaces until they find, if you have knowledge about this, over here we have the cathedral archives. They continue to walk, and the main objective is to get to these clues.
Me consta, doctor Zummel. Me he reunido con numerosos regidores y me han hecho llegar su descontento.
Es hora de pasar a la acción. Las palabras ya no son suficientes. Lo vimos en las Cortes de Valladolid.
Sé de vuestro ardor, señor Zummel, pero os recuerdo las leyes de Dios y de la Iglesia.
Las conozco perfectamente, Eminencia. Pero mi conciencia como hombre de Estado me impide quedarme de brazos cruzados ante las injusticias que se están cometiendo. Y Burgos ha de ser la primera en reaccionar.
Os lo advierto, señor. No hagáis nada de lo que os podáis arrepentir.
En este momento, para tener...
At this time, to have more information about this and about about La Coruña, they need to look for the book of the Simpson and philosophy. They have to go to a certain section, and they have a phone, a Nokia mobile phone, with an audio message with this clue, so that with the following clue, so that they go to another book, another film, another video, and this helps them to collect the information they need. And this is a video game. They have 10 videos. And I wanted to say thank you. It was them. And also say that we have had 5,000 students. We doubled the number. 25, 30 high schools, university and other educational centers. And we have like 60 sessions a year. So we have a higher demand than an offer. So if you want to come here to Burgos and spend 2 hours playing, you are more than welcome. Thank you very much for your time.
La segunda sesión de
The second session for good practices has as a title Against the Digital Bunker, the Service of Technological Assistance of Municipal Libraries in A Coruña. Julio Pesquero is a coordinator in training in the network of municipal libraries in A Coruña.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. A few preliminary considerations. My colleague also works in municipal libraries and she will carry out the explanation later. We're delighted to see that there are so many municipal librarians because sometimes we are a bit apart and it was great to see that. The municipal libraries in Coruña are found in a city which is similar to Granada. We have 8 libraries, a point of reading. Just to give you some information about the context that we live in and in which we are applying this action. Service for Technology Care is something that I don't like as a name, but nobody has corrected it yet. What about the beginning? Many of you probably at the beginning, to reduce what was then called digital divide, we implemented quite an ambitious program that intended to provide training courses of all kinds in different levels with different content on internet, social media, etc. I'm not going to delve into detail because I'm sure that most of you are familiar with the content and the formulae that we used. But as time went by 2018 more or less, we started thinking that there was kind of dissonance or contradiction between the format that we used to teach, which is the standard one, a typical class, and the content that was being provided. We all know that the digital content has to do with immediacy, individualized customization, etc. So there was kind of a dissonance. It was an old method to teach something that was fully new. It took us years to do it, but we finally saw it. The solution that we used was a human Google. That means having somebody who's more or less an expert that in a face-to-face interview could facilitate the learning process to accompany you in your adventures in the digital world, solving specific problems and helping without the need to go to formal courses. We taught up to 30 hours and we saw clear advantages there because you don't want to wait till the third day of the course to do what you really want to do. You would have it instantly with the aid of somebody who's an expert. It's specific, it solves whatever you need to resolve and not more than that. Not something that is not interesting for you. So we created a service that was customized and is private. This is traditionally a definition. What I would like to highlight in the definition is that in the beginning, up until 2018, more or less, was focused mainly on technical aspects. I will give you a few examples later. It was focused on how I would set up my mobile phone, so the person in the interview would help the customer. I don't know how to change the ringing tone in my mobile phone, etc. So it has to do with technology. This is the setup of the service today. Obviously, we were a bit modest at the beginning. I think I said at the beginning that we have 8 libraries in Coruña. These are the names of the libraries, but the slots are sessions and schedules to see when the expert is busy, and it is quite a wide schedule that is offered to the customer. Each library has to do with a district. Coruña is similar in size to Granada, 240,000 inhabitants. The user of this service has in place a big variety of elements. It is not just a matter of a course from the first of the month to the 5th and in a certain time schedule, but I have many options to go there. So this is not an activity, it's a service that is provided by libraries. How does it fit in the training infrastructure of the libraries in Coruña? When this service was born, it was born as a supplementary support service to the traditional courses. But it's important to know that we have Wi-Fi, we have access, etc.
Ordenadores de acceso público, y ya os digo, es decir, tenemos cursos integrales.
We have more than 100 computers in public access. We have skills that are developed digitally. So people were very happy with our service. It became wider and it became a protagonist in the field, and then the pandemic came. That was bad for everyone, of course. I don't want to mention any cliche, but the Chinese say that a crisis is always an opportunity, so I think that we managed this quite well and we're doing fine. So what's interesting today is to mention what the pandemic meant for us. There was an abrupt digitization, I'm sure you remember. Literally from one day to the other, all of a sudden we had to digitize the services because the physical administrations closed the doors, of course, private entities, everything was closed. And there was an abrupt, immediate, a very rapid digitization. Administration elements were compulsory online. Appointments had to be online as well. Everything had to be digitized and online. So what we thought would be temporary, we were deceived, because today everything is like that. There's a prioritization of appointments that are digital. I was laughing at a TV series the other day, and somebody wanted to claim at a ministry, and it was impossible to do it because a face-to-face thing was impossible. It had to be done online. So what is the problem? It did not help the most vulnerable population, the population that lives on subsidies, grants, etc. They found the doors closed, everything was closed, etc. That's the impression that we got. So what we did in the municipal libraries in Coruña was to have a meeting with the local administration to check that everything was exactly like that. And we were confirmed that 95%, I'm speaking about the hard pandemic and post-pandemic, there was several months, And we were confirmed that 95% was to ask for appointments. So the users of many social services, NGOs, administration, local administration, etc., and normally these are people that have a lack of literacy, sometimes literacy in the broader sense, not only media or digital literacy. So we were positive that we had to do something regarding this vital problem. So it was not a matter of having a certain rationale or whatever. The problem was that if I don't get my subsidy, if I don't get my grant or whatever, I can't eat. I don't know whether I am a person who's suffering harassment or whatever, of violence, physical violence, if I can't complain about it. So the technicians in social services started to do that, and we thought that a good way would be to use a service that would be technology attention and not necessarily reorienting it, but enhancing it to make it become a digital mediation on social resources, becoming an intermediate step and accompany the user. When asking for the minimum wage, when asking for a certificate to the Social Security. I don't know whether you are familiar with these concepts, but they are quite frequent amongst the most vulnerable population. My boss, Isabel, and I sent a dissemination letter, and there was a tremendous amount of demand for the service. To give you a picture of how the service was working in 2024, which is the data that I have available, but I'm sure that I'm going to be told that it is difficult to measure that, to measure the impact, but in this particular case it is more difficult. Because what we do is to have a chat with somebody. So it's difficult to measure what's a consultation and what is not. Is it 4 questions, 3 questions, how many? Am I helping them or not? And then also it is very difficult to establish a borderline between the technical consultations, for instance, the ones that can be considered as a social resource. I'll give you an easy example. If you have a CV on a page for employment, is it a technical consultation or is it a social one? Well, I don't know. And also the times of the consultations are quite different depending on the case. Sometimes it's a few minutes and sometimes it's half an hour, 45 minutes, etc. So I would like you to take a look at this so that you can see how fictitiously we make a difference between technical consultations and what becomes social consultations, social mediation, whatever you want to call it. Look at the first one. I don't know whether this is far away from the role of the library to have these goals. Or, for instance, in this case, translating a letter that you have received, being an immigrant, maybe from a French-speaking country, from the South Sahara, what was traditionally called sub-Saharan immigrants. The minimum wage, universal minimum wage, I will give you data about it soon. Then you can see the difference and you will see how until the pandemic we used to do what we do on the left and then what we do on the left plus this. We are being asked For appointments, downloading certificates is something that we help also getting. We download it for them so that they can then upload it for the administration, the summary of the working life of the citizens, translating a document. This is something that is also marginal, but it is important as well at certain stages. Drafting the CV. I'm not mentioning about downloading it, but rather writing it, drafting it. And these are the elements that will be connected to this documentation. This is the Galician Service for Health. Basically, it is the Social Security and the Employment Service. You know that if you don't go to check with the representative of the unemployment benefit, then you do have a problem. Foreigners, of course, it is quite regular to go to the library to ask for appointments. It is a model that accompanies you. Yes, I'm about to finish. So those who issue the queries, there is a percentage of men and women which is quite similar, but in the age range we have in our courses older population because they have in place the adequate time to do that. The part from 35 to 65 is much bigger. There are people who are working or not, and they can come whenever they want if they're not working anymore. Within our schedule, of course. I will stop here for a minute because this is the most important case. These are the libraries that we have available. Those of you coming from Coruña or around the city, the one on the right, look at the right, Sagrada Familia, social ones versus technical ones. Take a look at the provision of digital services as opposed to other questions related to the setup of the mobile phone, etc. Sagrada Familia is a district with immigration in the last wave, plenty of French-speaking population, and what we could call middle class. I don't like the term, but we could call it middle class. So you can see that the technical queries have to do more, or consultations have to do more with the case than the other ones. What are the threats? These are 4 ways to see it. The threat is that the user of the service may consider that the person shall be an expert in social guidance. We are not that at all. We just accompany the user, we facilitate, we teach, but many people have problems to read. And many people think that we should do that. Sometimes it is done and sometimes it is not. So this is our everyday life. We have a leaflet saying what we do and what we don't. If the thing that they have to do is to take a picture, if there's somebody there to help, they can take a picture of them. Why do we like this service? Because it is having an influence in the most vulnerable population. It solves the needs of citizens. There is a positive assessment on the part of the administration service. Social services in the regional government loves us. They love us. Go to the library and they'll solve it. This is what they do. They're having problems with that, yeah. Don't laugh because this has been a source of problems and arguments. Please do not send the people there so easily because I don't work for social services. I don't belong to the Social Security. I'm not an employment technician or anything. Fortunately, in our network, there's a lot of public acknowledgement, but this is also contributing to it. And finally, I want to encourage you to take part in this. This is scalable. I don't know if this could be pretentious, but this is scalable. When the service started, I thought we could call it Tuesdays, Computing Tuesdays in the library, 2 hours. It doesn't have to be big. You can take Mondays, mobile phone Mondays for everyone, something like that. So it's a consulting service. And I know that the presidents of the US are not very popular lately, but I am very in favor of this, the fact that everything is scalable. Do whatever you can do whenever you can and wherever you can. I'm sorry about the rush, but thank you very much for your attention.
Damos paso a la tercera.
We're going to give the floor to the next speaker. The title is Boats at the Door. Recuperation and digital dissemination of the maritime heritage of Muskiz, promoted by the public library.
¿Alguna bibliotecaria en la sala?
Well, it is a pleasure for me to be here, you know. You're giving me a microphone, I'm here, everybody's looking at me, and I'm going to talk about my village. So, and I would like to also thank Julio for having taken 5 minutes from my time, because in that case, in 10 minutes, I'm done. Okay. I was very excited that they were going to bring here the Library of Muskiz for a good practice, because this library is always being known by its bad practices, because when, you know, this has happened, we've never known what to do, and this is one of the mottos that made us famous. The silence is a service that this library is offering, but it is not guaranteed. So you can talk, but you can please use a low tone of voice. As I said, I'm going to talk about my village, my library, and of local heritage and memory. Muskiz is next to the Cantábrico Sea. It's very well known by its refinery of Petronor and having a little degraded environment. Before, it was known by other historical things. We had Lope García de Salazar, who was a medieval chronicle writer, and before, because there was a Paleolithic discovery, which is the Cave of Nathan. So everything that brings us together has to do with the river Barbadún. And there is a museum, and there is the Muskiz Library. So we have this line that takes us from the prehistoric times to our days, and we have two memory institutions that are connected, the library and the museum. They said, well, we have a problem. Our location is very beautiful, but we are very far away from the population. So it's difficult to attract the people. And they said, the library, we have people coming, so why don't we establish some kind of connection between the library and the museum? So they identified us as a good cultural partner, or an interesting one. We have always had a very good relationship with the Cobalt Museum, and every time we have an exhibition, we advertise it. When they organize the Heritage Days, the library gives them some ideas on, well, maybe you could talk about this writer or this topic. So when there was something happened that I'll tell you about, the museum, the first thing they did is look at what happened. And what happened is as followed. My village is called Muskiz, and there's a neighborhood that's called Musques. There is an old church, San Julián. This is the south part of the church that faces Barbadún River. The church is half abandoned. Well, the river Barbadún we had all of the iron mineral that made Vizcaya famous for it. And this is the current landscape. This is the refinery of Petronor. If you come from Cantabria to Bilbao, you go through there. If you do it at night, it's very nice, but if you do it by day, you can see it and you can smell it, and it's not that nice. So for an inhabitant of Muskiz, a current inhabitant, imagining that in this place they didn't have a refinery, but they had this mining industry, is very hard. In our village we have several points of interest: La Pasionaria of Muskiz, also the iron mines of Somorrostro and its industrialization. We also had the Carlist Wars, and then we go to the 15th century with López García Salazar, but we had this historical gap in between, and in this door, this historical gap was completed in 2021, while a colleague who was preparing a heritage itinerary walking along the Barbadou River, by chance he discovered on the south door of the church, he discovered something that he thought might be ships or boats, or you couldn't really see it very well. And that was quite right. Cobalt came, they sent some specialists, and they discovered that those were ships. And there was a reason for that. This is the church that the San Nicolas religious group used it for their activities, and from this door they could control the port. So everybody that had some kind of link with the actions taken by and for the ship, they had a privileged place from the church to control the ships that went in and out, etc. And this is a memory that we had forgotten. These are the drawings. You know, I was the one before that was giving you some ships. Well, this is working. I have more here, right? They belong to the 18th and 19th century. 80% of them represent queche marines. This is a queche. It's a light boat, light ship, that for navigation in rivers was very good. There is testimonies of symbols that are queche marines. Also the signature of important people, Jan Urquizo and San Vitores, which are there. Before, they thought that they were talking about an economic activity that we had forgotten and a mentality that we had forgotten. There were certain beliefs by the people from the sea, and we had forgotten that we were people from the sea as well, because we identify ourselves as miners and revolutionary people, but we had also been men from the sea, and we had some beliefs that connected us to the whole of the Cantabria. The strategic alliance. Well, the institutions of memory can and should complement each other. If a library has something, is that we are easy. So anybody that comes, well, they convince us. They used it with the social services there. And also, that happens to us. I like history, I like this topic, so I thought, okay, well, raise your hand if you have a bad time working at the library. Because if you're not having a good time, then you should quit. This morning we talked about profession and vocation, and I have this profession. I don't have a title or a degree for it, but after 40 years I think I could say I'm a librarian, but it's also my vocation. By the way, the axis that goes through this table is associationism. Burgos, Colegio Valenciano, Alder. Hopefully, in this room, people are associating because we like to hear that we need to defend the profession, but we don't defend it, actually. So we need to work on that too. Okay, coming back to my speech. I lied because I'm going to use my 15 minutes. Well, Paval, what did they do? What a museum does? They contacted researchers and they carried out this research work and they created an exhibition. They took the door, they took it to the iron manufacturing place. They recreated the history, and that's where the library started. We were worried that the local government of Vizcaya would spend a lot of money in 500 books in paper, and they reached what they reached. And also, it wasn't visible because they wouldn't use it as a catalogue. It wouldn't reach any library. So it was a very closed product. And the library had always said, you know, this catalogue should, of that exhibition, has to reach the Euskadi library catalogues and the rest of the world. So the library offered, of course, to include the paper book in the catalogue, but also we wanted to have the digital edition of it. So the library would say, look, we're going to talk to the authors, we're going to explain to them what happens with the rights and the different licenses needed, and then we can have an HTML edition so that this document that is already in paper in the library can reach our interlibrary loan system. They thought it was a good idea, and for us it was also some learning. Do you know how to edit HTML? Do you know how to do EPUB? Well, I don't know what the hell you're doing.
Completa.
This is the full version. What else? Well, this is the fun part. Do we have the representative of the Basque government? The Basque government gives us an awful lot of money to buy technology. What did Muski's library invested on? In buying 3D printers that we didn't know how to use. But the users told us how to do it. It's taken us 5 years to get to this ship, you know, but we've done it. As this is an Esbatos topic, we use the technique that we used this morning. I give you this and they say, what is this? Well, this is what happens at the library. You know, you don't know what this is? Well, this appeared in that church, etc. But if you want to see the original door, you have it there at the museum. So we have created this flow of information. We were having fun doing this. It's very easy. And here I'm going to open brackets. If you want me to, I can teach you to do it. I'm quite cheap, you know, so don't worry. So while we were doing this and we were showing the people in the library how to do it, how to print it, we would be telling them to go to the museum. The Basque government has a very good service of interlibrary loan. There is a messenger that goes from our library to other libraries, and we use the comparison with the work done with the iron, and we put a photo in every parcel. And we understand that they haven't got the message, but we persevere, of course. And the last thing we have done is a game. This is a game for mobile phones, taking advantage of the fact that we had tools that, you know, maybe if you don't want to program, but if you have time and you have, free time, this is the definition of a Muski's librarian, and you feel like using technology, we have created a tool. In the QR, we have the whole of the description of the experience. This game brings you from this axis, from somebody that goes from the one place to another, historical points, and we see the mill as well, we see the tower, then we go to the loading of the ships, and then it can bring me an exact image of what appears at the door of the church. I still have 2 minutes to go. So we rescued a hidden memory, because up until this happened at the door of San Julián, we had a memory that we had lost. This is a colleague of us that's here today with his thesis. He knows that the line that linked Coruña with Havana was done by seamen from my village, because somebody decided that the ship from Musquis, Portugalete, Bilbao would be in charge of that job. So all the know-how went from Vizcaya to A Coruña. We lost it, and we lost its memory even. So we have recovered it. So thanks to somebody seeing that, when they get into the library, they see the printer and they see the little ships. We have attracted a new audience, and they ask us about this. And there's also people that say, you know, this ship is not a very good one. I'm going to help you with another one. We had another one, and we had this. This is a nice one because it's the original one, but the other one is the one made by a user. What is important? The self-esteem of libraries. We are a cultural agent. Faval Museum calls us, respects us. And the library, what has said is there is no better argument than making people jealous. Take it, go to other museums, and don't worry that Musquis Library will go there and explain to them how to digitalize and how to create games and open that possibility for them. And then finally, this is a message. We all have hidden memories in our villages. We all have the destruction of the memory, and we can all use the technology to socialize and bring them back. I have 56 seconds. As I didn't know what this was about, I asked an AI tool, and the tool said, yes, of course, this is related to the conference, and this is done by it. The recipe, 8 steps to find a latent memory, talk to the people related to that, deal with the permits and authorship, define the story and the audience, also open editing, creating a prototype of a 3D object to start to include a game, and also share. And eskerrik asko. Thank you.
El que quiera que pida.
If you want one, just ask for it.
Turno ahora para la cuarta sesión bajo el título Cultura.
And now the fourth session, LGTB culture, Coruña case. She's a technician in the libraries in Coruña. Hello. Are you tired already? I'm going to be very brief so we can go quick. This is very amusing, so don't worry. I'm going to tell you the story of the LGTBI in Coruña. It's only a matter of giving the right focus. Public libraries are training, information, places for leisure. Saying this here is very obvious, but we take our discourse to the groups of LGTB that look for safe places. So we have access to the local memory and the collective, the group of LGTB. You can see Eduardo Blanco Amor on your right. He's a very important figure of Galician literature. The visits of Blanco Amor to the house of García Lorca here in Granada evidence the proximity between both of them. Many things happened in Granada. Probably the most important one was the 16 pictures that Blanco Amor, that was a photographer, took, the pictures he took from Lorca. The rest are things that could be speculated, and some others that are certain, that Lorca dedicated to his guest the first reading of Doña Rosita la Soltera. On your left, you can see Titi Frances. Trini was born in Coruña in 1943. She was a transsexual activist that at that time was diagnosed as travestite or hermaphrodite, and she was suggested to ride the horses like men, a leg on each side. So she managed to get free, to set herself free of her chains, and she's a true landmark for the local LGBT movement, and she was part of the fight for the rights in Barcelona. Elisa and Marcela was a marriage without men. This was supposedly the first marriage in 1901 in A Coruña. It was two teachers from the rural areas in Galicia. Elisa pretended to be a man called Mario. They were Galician. The public libraries are places of self-discovery. This is a comic. This is a reading of images of what different types of reading, etc., what we mentioned earlier. Alice, the protagonist of the comic, says that my discovery of being a lesbian when I was 19, it was the time of being spending a lot of time in the library. One leg on each side, as we mentioned earlier, when we in our library mentioned in Queeruña and our Instagram, we mentioned that you could identify yourself whatever you felt. We were told, I want to change the gender that I gave to the library. And somebody says, if you feel 30 but you're 50, can you change the date of the ID? It's not that precisely. In the first meeting that we had for queer reading, we had the picture, and the comment was, I wish you drown, all of you all drowned there. So it was, hatred was there. So that's why we remember that the law in Galicia recommends institutions that they should favor the creation of a specific section for the LGTB issues regarding sexual and gender orientation. It has not been done, but the municipal libraries in Coruña, yes, we've done it. This is the germ of what we were trying to achieve. We analyzed what we had. We then executed what we had in mind. We came back to be trained, and we analyzed the working line. So I'm going to go quickly here. We found that we had plenty of material that was LGTB, but it was not classified, so we needed to create guides to make it visible, and we wanted to improve the web finding in the catalog. So we would include the books that are interesting in different activities, recommendations, guidelines, etc. And we found that we were not supported by other administrations. This is the evolution of the LGTB materials. We used the labels LGTB since January 19 to 2023. There was plenty of teleworking, and we could do that better. So we opened a queer Tinder, and we recommend books, and then we tell people who want to participate whether they want to do match with other readings that are similar to the one that we are providing, and we do that. we can index and categorize the fonts according to these labels: gay, lesbian, trans, etc. The first Queeruña reading club, we had 20 positions and we covered 10 positions only. In the queer one, we generate a binding and identity, belonging. Then we can have a beer afterwards, everything okay. From 2016, the investment was obvious. There were 3,500 new books that were donated by the festival in Coruña. So we have support from the municipality of Coruña as well, because this is just a matter of logistics. We don't have so many books. We don't have books for so many people. So what we do is to get support by opening licenses in our virtual library so that we can loan these books. So now we have 120. We have moved from 10 to 120, and we cannot manage more than that. There are 82 that have been registered and 120 positions in different days. We carried out an inter-center working group. These are my colleagues. This is me. I am in Agora Library. We realize that there's plenty of production of books of this kind. So in G we have more than L, T or B. When diversifying the activities, we realized that we had to be related to the cultural activity of the city. That's why we have meetings with LGTB authors. Bob Pop came. Bob Pop came without having any restrictions. And the Galician poets and members of the folklore as well. We have a lot of folklore in Galicia. And the last thing that we are trying is the radio reading clubs. So it's taking it to the local radio. The logistics is that you get your book in your library, in your district, and then you listen to the people who coordinate the club. So we invite several people and we hear what they are going to say, and there's the option to intervene and to exchange views with them. The LGTB memory is very important. There was a collective, there was 1,000 men that published the Gazette and Gay Set, and we publish content that they have on the Archive of Local Studies, which is one of the libraries. The edition seminar is very fashionable, and we included in Wikipedia entries on Galician literature with LGTB nuance, and we explore ways to collaborate with other administrations and entities, because we created a reading club inside the library considering collective groups that could be interested in seeing what the topic was and how it was treated from the early childhood in our literature in general, not only from Galicia, from the first childhood till the adulthood. So we have a reading club with them, and the mind is open in a different fashion because librarians are very active. They have their own vision, and this is very interesting. And this has been all. I invite you to replicate, if possible, this, to place the focus on LGTB. If libraries are a source of shelter, it should be for our group, for LGTB. So starting an LGTB reading club is amazing. We create very good bonds, and I do recommend this. Thank you very much.
Vamos con la...
We're going to move on to the fifth session, which is called The Library in the Margins, an extension of cultural rights in vulnerable collectivities. Juan Sobrino is the director of the Municipal Library of Soto del Real in Madrid.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much to the Ministry for having selected and chosen our speech. And thank you all for being here. Those of you who are away and going for a walk in Granada, that is also part of the conference. I would like to talk about our colleagues who are not here and they're working in the libraries. For example, my colleague Manuela in Soto, and I will not thank many more people because otherwise I would just make use of all of my time available. I have a problem because I have too long presentations, so I'm going to be cutting it and I'm going to move faster. I'm going to focus on projects that we carry out, taking these cultural rights to the most vulnerable collectivities. I'm going to skip the theoretical part. This is one of the references that we use. This is the poet Gloria Fuertes, who's very much linked to Soto. I'm going to talk about my village, like Fernando said. Gloria Fuertes, this is an iconic picture taken in Soto del Real, in Chozas de la Sierra. In that motorbike, she's carrying some books, because she would take the books to the town hall. And during the weekends, she would take these books to the kids that were there in the 50s and 60s in Soto del Real. So this spirit, very humbly, we would like to recover this legacy by Gloria Fuertes and also María Moliner. Roberto Soto's speech this morning reminded me on so many things. Thank you for all of that. María Moliner had this book that she published in the year 37 with instructions for the rural libraries and all of the work she carried out with this pedagogical vision in Valencia in these years from the 31st to the 36th. I'm going to talk about some of those projects that we carry out with vulnerable groups. I'm going to focus on 4 projects. One is called Books That Jump Walls, and this is in cooperation with the prison Madrid 5, which is in Soto del Real. When, as any library, we carry out activities in both directions. We try to attract the public with the activities that we create and organize, but with these kind of activities, you realize that you are leaving some people out. And among them, we have this prison with more than 1,000 interns there and civil servants as well. And so we wanted to extend our service to them. This project, Books That Jump Walls, is important. We started with a reading club with people from outside, coming from other conventional reading clubs, and also interns in this prison. We wanted to establish this sense of community and dialogue between the different collectivities. We carry out different activities for promotion of reading, workshops. So the same kind of activities that we organize at the library, we organize there. We use the theater room they have there and other facilities as another place where we can program exhibitions, meetings with authors, other kinds of workshops. This is a music workshop. Would that be something normal to do by a library? Well, yes, this is actually bringing cultural rights to a place. Also, verses that make a nest would be another workshop which was called Reading with My Best Friend, and that worked very well. We take the things that work very well at the library, we take them to other areas and other places. The project correspondence in this group, we've been working on this since the year 2018, 2023. It's an exchange of letters between prisoners and the different collectivities outside. For example, students in high schools, also it could be other social groups, and people in hostels, homeless, and we also have the university. The university in Madrid has participated this year, Movement for Disarmament and Peace as well. They participate in this exchange of letters, and we have been negotiating with the Cervantes Institute to see if they want to take part on this. We've been doing this for 3 years. In the first 2 years, we had more than 500 letters. We offer a workshop before for literary creation with María José Floriano, and these are good to promote the project. Another project that we do is within these Books That Jump Walls is the one which is called Stories That Saw Lives. This is thought to be, well, there are no women in this prison, and it's a thought for men, parents who have no relationship with their children because of the geographic distance, or because they never tell them that they are in prison. They tell them that they're working abroad, for example. So we created this project in which we give these dramatized reading workshop for them to learn to read out loud. We take some stories for kids, and once they have done this workshop with the different people that collaborate, when they have prepared it, they record it. They send it to their children or with a video, and you know, we help them to connect to those relatives. I had a video, but I think we're going to skip it. Another of those initiatives within these Books That Jump Walls would be building bridges and bringing walls down within the context of the book fair and in cooperation with different associations. In this case, in the project Iberoamerica Reads, also Emilia Laboratory, the book fair in Madrid. And what we did was to look for an international project with Argentina and Spain. At the beginning, we were going to have a workshop, taking advantage that we had somebody from Argentina, an intern that when he left the prison, he set up a popular library in his neighborhood where he's from. And with Inés Mireia, I told him that that was very good, but that we had to move forward. We always create projects that have a long distance, so not only actions or individual actions. So we organize workshops for literary creation. We had an exchange between prisoners from Argentina and Spain. We also inspired in Federico García Lorca, half a loaf of bread and a book, and with the inauguration of the library of his village, this was quite inspirational for us. So we organized these literary creation workshops, and then we have this meeting in the House of America within the project Ibero-America Reads, and also other workshops within the prison, and everything that came out of all of those workshops. The group Boa Mistura, which is a group for urban art, what they did together with the interns in prison, they produced an artistic manifestation, which was take this wall in one module, the module for young people in this prison. They chose this word, horizon. That gives sense to the whole of the project. The wall is as high as it was, but with this word, with this image, maybe you can see through it somehow. Another of the initiatives that we created within this prison as well is a reading party, and as you know, this is an unconventional reading club. We have been talking a lot about, Luis García Montero started to mention the idea of what the library can do, and it's to help something individual become something that belongs to a group. So having a lot of people to meeting point and reading their own book, this is the traditional format that comes from the United States and came from the pandemic, and we created the first reading party inside a prison. So we had 90 people, most of them the prisoners, and some people from outside, and there was some time. This is organized with times. First you read on your own, and then there's a time for a conversation regarding those readings. And we also included some music, some art, to have different layers of texture for the activity, to add some beauty. And we also had this project of human library. We've had several editions. Human library is you go into a library and you have the experience of life of a person that represents a minority and that has suffered from any kind of social prejudice. So when we talk about libraries, there's been social transformation agents. When we created the first human library in 2021, I talked to Human Library from Copenhagen, where the idea started at the end of the 90s and the first few years of the 21st century. I wanted to replicate it, but I realized that the label prisoner didn't exist then. Maybe we could have more prejudices than any other social group. So when we talk about social transformation, this label appears. I didn't do it finally with Human Library because there were things I didn't believe in, but I developed this project with ex-prisoners that had these labels and a prejudice to fight against. Now, Human Library have used prisoners as well, and this category is included in their labels. Also, bibliotherapy or library therapy for the elderly. Okay, I wish I hadn't seen the time I have left. Another of these projects for vulnerable people is this bibliotherapy for the elderly. We've been working with them since 2013. We dealt with old people that couldn't go to libraries in small municipalities. We're talking about 9,000 inhabitants, but there are 4 homes for the elderly. So we created an institutional ID. We created a collection of these inclusive funds, easy reading, audiobooks, etc. We put them at their disposal, and we started to not just take the books to them, but also take activities to them. For example, reading out loud, programming storytellers, and other kinds of activities, where we involve the whole of the population. For example, I'm going to read for you.
Poner el vídeo, voy a poner muy rápido.
Is with other training and educational centers. This explains the project, which is I'm reading to you so that you can tell me. This appeared in a TV program, and it involves different educational centers. They go to these elderly homes, and there is an exchange of reading, affection, knowledge, capabilities. We also have technological assessment workshop, in which these secondary students go to the library on Tuesdays, and they help older people to use their phones and use their computers, and also administration students show them how to deal with these devices. We have included artificial intelligence because they asked us a lot about it, and we adapted it. With the pandemic, we used the phone. And another project is Readings That Cure. We do it with the health center of Soto del Real, and it's based on the concept of bibliotherapy or reading therapy that says that certain activities that are related to the reading and books can improve certain aspects of our health. So what we did is, in the first phase, we took shelves with books to the health centers, and on the second phase, we widened it, and it is them, the part of the health team, who are, so to speak, given these as curing methods as well. We also carry out activities in which reading and health are intertwined. For example, a doctor in the health center can give this workshop, and a role would be to look for readings that are related to certain kinds of health problems, like, for example, insomnia, nightmares, etc. So we read texts that have to do with these health problems, so that the person that comes to the workshop feels identified with it somehow. And this is I prescribe you a book. This is a name. It's like prescribing books as health resources. And I think that with this I finish with the fourth project, which is the project which is called Reading or is a House Forever. This was a hostel for homeless. And it is one of the other collectivities that we can never reach, and it's very hard to reach them. They have a very small cultural offer, and the same thing happened with prisons. They don't have a lot of opportunities for training or culture. This is the third sector, actually. NGOs are the only ones that get there, but it's sometimes difficult to find these synergies between them and the administrations. This home for homeless is in Madrid. It's not in Soto del Real specifically, and this is searching for social inclusion. And what we did is the same as what we did with books that jump walls. We started with the reading clubs, and then we introduced other activities looking for this dialogue from within to the outside, so that they could participate, and also we took them to the libraries and any other reading point. Also the reading party, you can see it here. And this is the last thing I'm going to show. Claiming that it is a pleasure to read, and all of the library services are very good. We complain a lot, but we also have this power to claim, to vindicate. We need to keep on working on the things we do. We need to keep our heart open to amazement and to beauty, and to make individual things become social and collective. This is a reading party within the library. Thank you.
And number 6, and lastly, we will hear media and informational literacy. This is presented by the librarian from Alfarrasí in Valencia. We're not going to have time, much time for questions, only 5 minutes at the end, so hopefully we will be fulfilling the time schedule, and if there are more questions, you can always ask the questions when they leave the stage, right? I want to do all the projects. I am Maite Fernandez. For 3 years now, I am lucky enough to be the librarian in Alfarrasí. I will give you some context. This is a village in Valencia that has 1,200 inhabitants. The library was founded in 2001. It has 200 square meters, so technically is not capable of holding a reading agency. But reading agency is not a beautiful name. We are small, but we are a library, not an agency, a reading agency. We open 20 hours a week from Monday to Thursday, and in summertime we change our schedule, or when we have some activities we also change our schedule. We have 35 positions to read, 8 computers that are a bit old and they work a little bit only, well. And we have around 7,000 documents. We have money to purchase books all year round, and this is something that we have to thank for. What do we do in the library? We have realized, and this is no secret, that when we do things, people come. So we have plenty of activities. Thanks to a couple of users, we created a reading club. We meet once a month. We have storytellers. When the storytellers don't come, we do it ourselves. Workshops for the World Recycling Day, etc. School visits, the high school, the school, they all come every now and then. We have book presentations, meetings with authors, and exhibitions. We had the one on Valencian poets. This year we've had a collaborative exhibition for Lego, and the library was full of Lego. Everybody had Lego. The project that I'm going to introduce is media and informational literacy. Has two axes. Number one is a course on mobile telephony for the elderly, and the other one was a disinformation workshop. What did those two activities have in common? The role of the librarian as an literacy agent, in this case myself. The course was organized by the Valencian Federation of Courses. It was done throughout 2 weeks so that everybody could come to the sessions. Dissemination was done through the municipality, and it was around 20 people, more than 65 years old. The oldest was 80, so you can have an idea. We have a theoretical dossier that was provided by the Federation, and with the digital certificate you have access to many courses in computer science, social networks, etc. I want them to participate, and we wanted it to be participatory. So we wanted to be adapted to the real needs of these people that in the end were users of the library. So what did I do? I set up a questionnaire with very simple questions so that I could have an idea of what the level was. Questions such as, do you know how to do pictures with Flash? Can you change the setting of the computer? Can you change the location through WhatsApp? And from then on, we elaborated the course. You have the elements there, the configuration of the smartphone. We saw the meaning of the icons. Can I make calls on the internet? Do I have access on the internet? The search and setup of applications. We uninstalled applications that were all of a sudden there. What is casino? I don't have this. I don't want it. TikTok is my granddaughter, etc. So we devoted this to health and video. They can ask for appointments with the doctor. They can go through the drugs that they have been prescribed, etc. So we could do many things, and they could also listen to audiobooks, etc. Video calls. The 80-year-old lady carries out video calls. As of today, she still does video calls with me. She was very much interested in communicating. Also spoke about cybersecurity, on fraud, would they send fraud messages, etc. The sons or daughters that ask for money on WhatsApp. Visum payment. When we used the bank simulators, they realized, and I realized, the way they could do it, that they didn't send 10 euros, they would send 100 or 1,000. There were people that could not read the QR codes. At a certain stage, they were given the menu in QR and they didn't know how to use it, so they left the restaurant. So this was very interesting. And the other thing was the fake detectives looking for fake news. We used the preliminary school students course that was for 2 hours, and the goal is to introduce them to carry on with digital competence. What's a bot, what's a deep fake, how to learn the truthfulness of the information, etc. At that age, they all have a mobile phone, but they don't know how to use it. They believe they can, but they don't know how to use it. So we carried out as kind of a digital gincana. So the main actions were Real or Not is a web page that shows images, and you have to identify whether it is AI generated or not. And there's another one, what is fake and what is real. It gives you 2 faces, and you have to guess which one is the real one. Here you are. Could you tell which one is real and which one is not? What about the first one? Is it generated or with AI or not? Yes, no? Yes. What about the faces? It's complex, isn't it? So you have to play, and it's interesting. The real ones are the ones marked in green. And then a game that I found that was quite cool is a web page called Learn to Check. There are many games, and one is very cool because it gives you an image and you have to guess through the hints what's the city you're talking about. I don't remember, you have to play to take a look at it. Valencia, maybe. And all this goes with a test asking what's a bot, what's a troll, what's a hacker. Because if you ask for those things, they have no idea. They can't distinguish one from the other. And then I found a video that you have probably seen, which is a discovery that was done on prawns, how prawns are fished. Have you seen this? They do it in groups, and they come out of the water, just of the sea, just without the skin. It is an interactive game on I believe it or I don't believe it. So if you don't believe it, the thing becomes even worse. So when you press I don't believe it, it tells you that people that are doing the video, that are actors, they are not scientists. And they say that they have to verify the information. I thought that they would catch me in the first one, but they didn't. They went through it totally. So there's a lot to be done. There's an interactive video of prawn fishing. And that's basically it. Libraries are essential. These are actions that I carry out in Al-Khamasi, which is a very small municipality, but it can be exported to other libraries. And finally, I do invite you to come to a village on Easter Sunday, and we have this activity. We are trying to declare it a heritage event in Al-Farrasi. Thank you.
Pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much to all of you. So we have a brief round for questions. We have 5 minutes, and I will give the microphone to whoever wants to ask questions. I would ask you to tell us your name and who you want to address the question to. We don't have much time, but you can ask a couple of questions, right? Otherwise, then you can have time to do it as they come down to the main area. Thank you very much for this first day. Tomorrow we'll be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you. Pues ya está.